Chapter 111 General Aurora Arc. 2 hours later, after the preparation and organization of every squad, on top of a horse outside the outpost walls, Aurora spoke loud enough so everyone could hear. Today we bring the most profound and best offering to the gods. Her voice resonated through the entire army with wind magic by a few mages next to her. I've had a dream of 1,000,000 battles. The men shouted while stomping their feet on the ground. Of 1,000,000 victories, never once drawing much less losing. The men, feeling the hype and enthusiasm in the girl's voice, resonated by clanking their weapons in the armors, causing a loud sound that propagated through the entire army. Yes, I dreamt of gods drinking inside expensive chalices bathed of diamonds and gold, and what were they gulping down, you ask? The men went silent, waiting for a reply as curiosity entered their hearts. Raising both her arms pointing to the sky, Aurora yells, "That, gentlemen, is all the blood we'll pour from our enemies today." The soldiers shouted, gaining a sense of morality and fury, making them feel stronger. Shortly after, Aurora started marching for a few hours on top of a brown horse with the entire army composed of 3 wings, aside from the cavalry under Zylph command and the reserves, leaving towards the north entrance of the Goblin Kingdom. The majors also could be seen riding one. This was one of the ideas she taught them, to deliver the orders in an easier way. This would enable the majors to see clearly the state of the battlefield and be mobile depending on the situation. As soon as the army, who made the earth shake and the dust raise on their way, arrived at a careful location, far and safe enough allowing the goblins to take notice of them, the green creatures started pouring out behind trees and large rocks that were used as shields, as they used mana to screech, calling for others. They used nature as attempts of walls, and trees as watchtowers, mimicking past human generals. As the swarm increased, composed of black and green looking goblins from afar, they started pouring towards the human center, as they were wearing dark armor and weapons of all kinds. From small to large and even tall goblins, but no giants, commanded by the goblin shaman, as the number of humans weren't as much as he thought it would be. "Let us start." Aurora raised the flag and shouted, "Moon formation." As the flag went up, 2 mages behind her amplified her voice and scattered it towards both sides, which chained with the voices of the majors, who repeated it, and then everyone started moving. The front line, composed of 100,000 melee fighters from axe, hammer, sword, spear users, all made a curved line no different than a moon, making the center the furthest spot the enemies had to walk into. Meanwhile, leaving the heavily armored soldiers as a second line composed of 200,000, as Alfred had expanded them under the orders of Aurora, since she deemed them very useful to hold the enemies down with their big silver shields and short iron spears. Like a gigantic green and black lance, the goblins ran while making loud noises and what sounded like heroic shouts. As they entered the 100 meters distance, the flag wielded by Aurora, situated in the middle of the 4 lines that consisted of the current army formation, started waving to the sides, signaling one of the commands. The 4th line, which resulted in the archers, the ones wielding longbows, started charging the skills that allowed them to aim for very long shots, sending flying no less than 35,000 shining arrows, to what brought the start of long despair towards some of the goblins. Upon seeing the attack, the goblins kept running like the beasts they were, without fear, as their morale was boosted by the number superiority, while raising their weapons and closing their helmets, avoiding fatal hits. The creatures, unlike in the past wars, shone with an aura of elements around their armors, making the arrows less effective, but those that didn't have as much mana or good equipment, received mercilessly fatal wounds, ending up falling on the ground. What followed afterward was the usage of light magic for the goblins that stumbled, except for those whose arrows hit them in critical spots, bringing them a swift and painful death, leaving the ground wet with the promised wine for the gods. Some of them were overrun by their own kin, as in the end, they were beasts who stopped for nothing once they start moving. An unstoppable force that almost took the human kingdom for themselves in the past. At the reach of 70 meters, the magic squad, being the 3rd line, made a gigantic fireball, shooting it in a similar way to the arrows, whereas the goblin mages halted upon its size for a while, joining forces to create a defensive rectangle made of water, consuming a great of their mana to do so, but being able to defend their kin. 30 meters later, upon trained countless times by Aurora, who instructed the magic squadron leaders, a large-scale water spell was induced on the ground between both sides, turning it rather muddy, to which Aurora started waving the flag to the sides once more, and the number of arrows doubled to a total of 70,000, from those who wielded short bows, who could only shoot so far, to those who had their initial shot recharged, placing yet another big quantity of mana in their longbows, completely depleting it from their bodies. Mercilessly, like the first volley of arrows, a lot of casualties befell on the goblins' side, who still had 40 meters of distance to close to finally crush the opposition. The goblins who weren't caught by terrain tricks on the ground, split into two sides going around the mud pool, which resulted in a forced approach to the flanks of the moon formation that they didn't realize instantly. Once they moved an extra 10 meters, all kinds of skills started raining down on them, from small boulders, fireballs, icicles, thunders, vines from underground rooting them, explosions, and others. All of it contributed to many goblins using defensive skills, magical and physical. Still making the green ones receive a considerable amount of casualties across their forces, which were now split into two wings that continued running towards the humans, losing a bit of momentum. With the number approaching becoming half of Aurora's army, about 300,000 goblins, the girl waved the flag front and back, making a group of 200 human musicians, beat some big drums signaling the formation to close, turning from a waning crescent to a U-shaped, resulting in an active type of siege by the troops. With the feeling of closeness from both of the flanks, the goblins were forced to thin into a long stick formation once again, forcing a lot of them to run through the mud, debris, chaos of the battlefield, and corruption of the terrain that didn't have a good shape from all the projectiles and spells that had been shot. With few meters left, all the melee soldiers threw an elemental wave, which gave them time to hide behind the heavily armored soldiers. These attacks forced the first groups of goblins to be mercilessly cut, except those who dodged or parried it, spending their own element's prowess, which weren't many, as the Goblin Lord had only been able to teach them for a short time. With the change on the lineup, the soldiers were buffed and supported by the classes whose elements were water, earth, nature, and light, granting defensive and health buffs of all types. Some of the goblins, noticing a line composed of tough-looking and shining humans, looked behind, finding plenty of injured and dead friends. This made the green ones gain the courage and rage necessary to not halt, going against the humans in a furious response. The heavily armored soldiers, having done nothing yet, started hitting the weapons on the shield, causing a sound propagating through the entire line, pressuring the incoming goblins, and then they lighted the weapons and shields, clashing against their foes. From the goblins' side, they had their own group of mages and archers who arrived later, not only due to being forced to stop the gigantic fireball but also because of the difference in statuses. Since they too had black sets of armor, and also due to the lower strength, stamina, and agility, there was a small gap between the rear and the front. This allowed the lance formation to have a hole in the middle, which Aurora didn't fail to notice, as it had been one of her schemes. The girl started waving the 3-meter-length white flag with a blue sword emblem, aiming upward once more. This time in a cross motion, which resulted in the third phase of the general plan to start. That made the hero and the sage go into motion, who were both hiding at the right extreme of the formation along with the saintess and a group of mages. They were behind some guards disguised as normal soldiers wearing sets of blue armor. Chapter 112, General Aurora Arc. Without further ado, the saintess, who was blessed since birth with an abnormal amount of mana worth 20,000, injected it on Romeo and split it with an earth mage. This resulted in an absurd gigantic wall amplified by the sage skill, having a size of 100 meter length and 12 meters tall, completely splitting the goblin force. Noticing how successful the surprise had been, Aurora lowered the flag forward, and the drums started beating fiercely, while her voice in a loud and cold tone was directed towards a great part of the battlefield through wind magic, saying, "Slaughter those green worms." The formation started closing while the human shouts propagated everywhere, causing pressure to the goblins while becoming a big circle, surrounding the green creatures completely. The goblin mages and archers stood behind the walls, confused between trying to destroy it or running to the sides going around it. Both ways would take a long time to succeed. Having underestimated Aurora's army size, their leader blew a longhorn, calling the ones who remained on the Goblin Kingdom side back, in other words, the rear. Leaving the 300,000 to die while killing as many humans as they could. Bloodshed befell mostly on the goblins' side, still leaving a decent number of casualties on the human side, as the enemies were physically superior by a bit. Nonetheless, bringing the greatest war achievement in the entirety of the human story. System A Goddess has cheered a toast in your honor. Having noticed how everything went as smoothly as planned by their general, the many great leaders of the different rose heads could no longer stand on her way in prestige. As such, a peculiar one was extremely angry, being left out, forced to watch from afar. "I was supposed to be the next head of the generals of the king army. How dare you completely steal my spotlight, you little bitch! I will fucking find a way to break and then kill you, Aurora." Zylph thought, completely furious while having a vein pop out close to the left eyebrow, as the skin turned red from the shaking of his body while clenching the fists on the reins while on top of a horse. The man next to him, the mercenary leader, noticing how enraged he was, declared, "I can prepare a couple of disposable young men or slaves to vent out the anger, my lord." With a furious expression, he faced the man and glared at him, nodding lightly. The teeth of the man too were clenched in rage, unable to open the mouth from the humiliation this caused him. Unknowingly to Aurora, as her plan simply didn't require cavalry, if it failed, she had planned to turn it into a strategical retreat. A few hours passed and the humans took what they could with them as spoils of war. The goblin meat, for example, was a worthwhile ingredient despite the taste, and the equipment they have too, not to forget the soul stones. However, due to the high number, close to 300,000, a lot of corpses were left behind. Aurora, without wanting them to touch the bodies too much as she had other plans, ordered the retreat since a complete victory was far from happening, and overstaying could lead to danger. She stood still while the men cheered for her while heading back to the camp. "Amazing job, General, I've fallen for you all over again," Raphael, the spear user who was covered in blood, said while passing by with the rest of his squadron, to what Aurora's gaze shifted towards him, evaluating him from top to bottom. "I doubt any woman would like to share a bed with you unless at the bare minimum you take a bath, Raphael. You're looking rather filthy." A happy smile appeared on his face to what he said, "If I take one, would I have your company later tonight?" Her gaze shifted to the front away from him while saying, "If you don't die before the humans conquer the world, I might take on that offer, even though it won't mean I love you back." A charming smile surfaced on his expression to what he said while starting to move, "Then you better start waging more wars like this one to speed things up. If only the enemies would fall for such plans every time, it surely would be easier." Raphael started laughing while leaving, getting mixed in the soldiers' crowd as both knew the green ones wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. A while passes and the first line in the center starts passing through Aurora. Every single man looking up to her as she's mounted on a horse, while they're completely bathed on blood for having had the hardest role on the battlefield, stopping around her with 2 to 5 meters of distance, and then within the group, a man and a girl also bathed in blood approach the horse. "Great job today, General," Alfred calmly says, bowing lightly, filled with respect, having doubted the girl before, making this an act of apologizing to her and himself. The men who wore white sets of armor let out a roar in honor of their leader's courtesy and compliment, which was extremely rare for him to do, even to Alicia, his own daughter. "That was quite chaotic. War truly is dangerous, but I was able to gain some levels thanks to it. Do you have news of your sister?" Aurora shifted her gaze from Alfred to Alicia and replied with a calm tone, "Thank you, Lord Alfred." Ignoring Alicia momentarily, she starts looking at the tired faces of the men and shouts, "I'm also thankful for every single one of you who stood your ground today, since if Lord Alfred's line fails, humanity falls. You all are the guardians that keeps our race alive. All of you are our greatest line of defense." Feeling prideful inside, the men gave 10 hurrahs, beating the shields with their weapons as they went, causing the morale to grow deep inside. "Go rest, all of you, it is the minimum you deserve from your efforts today." Without waiting for Alfred's command, which surprised him, the men resumed the march, allowing the man to come to the realization of Aurora being above him, to what he didn't mind, as the achievements of today were more than what he ever achieved through his life in war. "Let's go, daughter." As soon as they started moving with a low tone, Aurora said, "Sister is still going to train with Ray for a few more years, then she's thinking on opening a shop to sell potions and the like." She sends a hug. With a big smile, Alicia kept moving, grabbing Alfred's hand tight, leaving with him, who ended up looking at the daughter's joyful face, faintly smiling. Soon after, the Saintess along with Romeo and Sophie approached her. "Little sister, we're back. Did you see what we did? It was fantastic, right? Aren't you proud of us?" Aurora placed her hand in an old-fashioned way in front of her mouth, closing it slightly with the back of the hand towards her lips, chuckling gracefully, startling them, and then with a mature tone, she replied tenderly, "Yes, I'm very proud of you guys. If that didn't work, we would all be dead. I can't even find the right words to express how amazing that wall you guys created is. If that was done against me, I don't know how I would have resolved it. Truly brilliant. Thank you, sage, hero, and of course Saintess." Being showered with such praise, as she was generally a very cold and serious person, the couple held their tears while the Saintess placed her hands on top of their heads, saying softly, "Let us go, we should rest in case they launch a counter-attack," to what they nod lightly, leaving with happy faces. As the entire human army vanished and the goblin one retreated, the girl unmounted her horse and walked slowly to the middle of the corpses, both human and goblin ones, as it was impossible to carry all of them back. "Now then, let's see how the gods of this world will react to my power and what I'll gain from it." True form. Notice 1000 mana has been consumed. This form will last for 2 minutes, as it is level 2. Very well, now it's time to devour everything. As she walked forward, a dark eerie aura spread everywhere, consuming the corpses of both humans and goblins alike, and once her skill would end. She would repeat this process multiple times, eventually absorbing every single one of them. She could expand her dark aura wide enough with the current gigantic mana amount, even though it became shorter each time 1,000 mana would be consumed by the true form skill. Thanks to this repetition, the skill would level up every time it was used, lasting longer in exchange. Notice your soul power has reached 100 million. Notice pandemonium knowledge has maxed the percent related to the goblin and human races. Doesn't really tell me what devouring them did, but at the very least I won't have to bother with these two races anymore. I'll have to see what I can do with all the soul power, but since my body suffered no changes, it'll most likely be for Iris use. I'm sure, she'll become an excellent partner when the time comes, right? That would be rude, a lovely sister, the sole existence worthy of standing in the same stage as me. A very charmful and lovely smile appeared on her expression, making her look like a very kind grandmother. Close to an hour later, Aurora in a normal form identical to Iris could be seen alone on top of the horse looking at the tall wall Romeo had helped create. Then out of nowhere, heard a loud bang, then two, then three, and at the fourth time a tenth of it crumbled down, causing a big cloud of dust to envelope the hole it left. Similar bangs started echoing around the rest of the wall, and by the time it was over, she could see gigantic goblins coming out from those holes, tattering the wall down mercilessly. It seems like the old goblin wasn't lying. Had they used them earlier, I wouldn't have been able to encircle their front force long enough, having the surrounding force be attacked from two sides like they were. A happy smile surfaced on her face while becoming happy from the sight and the future challenge she'd face, but thanks to this information, countermeasures would be a matter of time. Upon noticing two big hands grabbing the top of the leftover wall, she watched it fell, which allowed Aurora to see Gigantos, the leader and tallest of the giant goblins. That one is a little despairing. Fully equipped in black armor, he placed one of the hands on the forehead that had no helmet to cover the eyes from the sun. Then looking forward with the shadow from the big hand, his lips moved as he noticed a human on top of a horse emanating a terrific eerie dark aura. Behind Gigantos a group of very strong goblins started lining up from afar, the shaman, Goblina, 4 of the elites, and the Goblin King himself, all of them talking while looking at the battlefield. Aurora unmounted the horse and then faced towards their direction, bowing deeply to them, then mounted once more, and pulled the reins after observing them a bit more. She rode back to the outpost, allowing her blonde hair to be spotted from afar, making the shaman point at her and possibly understand who the person was and why the human had bowed. Moments earlier, at the end of the fight before Aurora received a system message. In a completely black room, a woman was watching Aurora while clapping happily at all the innovations she had brought together, from flag waving to drum beating, and this amazing formation called the moon. Yes, yes. Wave that flag. Ah. Ah. That's right. Ah. Show them how it's done. Laughter, while mixed with pleasure, resounded in unison for the most intricate banquet after hearing Aurora's speech, which made the goddess rose cheeks quite red. Haven't had this much fun in so long. Ah, this is the best. This little sentient weapon truly was worth making. I can't get enough. Ah, yes, right there, the moon formation. It should be called the dark moon. Laughter resounded fiercely in the room. Come on, almost there, close it, oh, a gigantic wall. Marvelous tactic. Just who is this girl? Her middle finger started ramming a bit deeper inside. Murder them all. Bring them the pain and humiliation of losing as a superior race. Show those goblins how it's done. Oh my goodness, those words, slaughter those green worms. That's even worse than me. They made me so very filled with fluids. Laughter and pleasure contrasted ever so nicely, to the point of bringing the goddess incredible joy, along with splashing sounds from the now 2 fingers working in a combination, delivering a swirl of hotness and delight. Go human. Go goblin. Fight, murder. Ah, 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 ah. That was quite enjoyable. She picks a dark chalice and lifts it in the air, and then a black void from above it appears, dropping a green sticky liquid, and also crimson drops, almost like a shot from those who died. Show me how much you'll ruin this world weapon, Aurora. While dripping from down there, wetting the floor below the throne she's seated on, a sip is taken from the chalice, and then a sticky and wet red tongue passes through the lips happily. Oh look, it's those big goblins. They truly look strong. That shitty goddess Luna sure prepared quite the powerful toys. Mad laughter echoed the dark room while the many lamps turning on. Now retreat before they kill you, Aurora. Your death isn't to be seen just yet. You must fill this goddess of chaos with more amusement, more. Just thinking about it. Ah, my stick has gotten quite hard. Time to find something else to watch now. With a twist of fingers the screen changed to something else. Oh, it seems the god of evil Hathis is on the move, provoking the demons to conquer the north towards the west. More excitement and chaos to come. Chapter 113 General Aurora Arc. Year 5009 after the system day 85 of the Sun season at Lumen Kingdom capital. Inside a fancy expensive dining hall large enough to host 50 humans there was a long wooden table with 2 layers of wood and one made of glass between them. 40 wooden chairs surrounded it sculpted beautifully, having a sword carved on their backs aiming upward. Above the table one could see 4 big chandeliers going across the entire hall. Since electricity wasn't a thing, they used slow-burning candles that could last for hours, very rarely lighting up more than necessary as the glass shards would amplify their light. Around the table and the chairs where the queen was seated along with one of the king advisors, lots of shelves holding all kinds of things from glass cups, plates, cutlery, and tea sets could be found for the maid's use. This hall was often used to talk after a long party or to end the night with some calm tea, sometimes a more interesting type of fruit liquor to subdue the drinkers to an enjoyable and relaxing mood, finding themselves in the need of sleeping. Despite the long table extending in the center through the hall, along with the chairs, there was plenty of space to walk around freely, and if necessary a room next to it which could serve for dancing. Queen Lily, it seems everything is going towards your older son Prince Julius's successorship, despite the fake will you made to give a chance for Marty to rise to the throne, the late king advisor Baptiste said while bowing deeply. What do you mean by that? Pretty sure that between the two, Marty has the best generals, Charles and Francis are with him, no? Well, my queen, you see, your son Julius, he is using a peasant with 9 years old, a little girl truly as a general. That one he ascended to the nobility not that long ago which we thought wouldn't be a problem, however, she has recently slain 300,000 goblins in the most recent war. Losing about 20,000 humans due to her irregular tactics on the battlefield, so on that alone, she's already worth receiving the tactician title bestowed in the past to Lord Ryu. In fact, General Aurora, as everyone calls her has proved to be so peerless that a new title must be awarded to her, otherwise, the masses won't be happy. Not to forget that her fame has grown wide enough to reach the entire kingdom, perhaps even more than compared to the first hero, and since the saintess blessed her and the goddess Arya acknowledged the girl. I'm afraid that even the religion is starting to be influenced by her existence, the fanatics are starting to call her the daughter of the goddess. Not to forget she's even using the black robes, that criminal organization formed of cursed classes who were once exiled from the kingdom are now fighting alongside the white robes. Baptiste explained thoroughly delicately and as eloquently as possible revealing everything he knew so that the queen could think on the next step while feeling anxious and worried. The queen upon digesting everything he said, dropped the drink she was holding in shock spilling it on the table, and stood silent for a while, making the maids around clean everything with old brown and black cloths, drenching them turning into a different color a little redder and vivid looking. She started hitting the finger on the table making a clicking sound with the nail on the glass searching for a solution, and then after some minutes an idea surged, a very simple one at that which caused her to smile. There is still a way out of this, if we make the king advisors personally gather the reports of each army then, we'll be able to choose the outcome. That's certainly possible but that would require some of the king advisors who support the other siblings to die your highness, he declared while frowning and feeling the heavy weight of his words, afraid that they could turn real, and that he would be ordered to execute them. That's the simplest part, pay Isabella for an assassination mission, you'll only need money, and we have plenty, this way we can allow this Aurora girl to live while increasing our kingdom territories, reducing our enemies, and she can even be used by Marty in the future once he's declared king. That's truly smart my queen, I'll make the arrangements and notify the different successors while also seeing who needs to be disposed of, I'll have everything achieved before the moon season. Good, you may go, made a new drink. Yes, your highness, at once. Baptiste left while his hands trembled as he would need to kill some dear friends and family of his unless they joined Marty's side. As he closed the door the queen said, but seriously how does a young girl like that appears out of nowhere and starts changing everything as she sees fits who the fuck does that brat thinks she is? She regained some air then took a sip of the red wine, continuing her rumbling, maid go bring me some paper and ink, so I can discuss some things with my son. Of course your highness, the poor maid rushed to a different room to gather the requested materials. To think there would still exist a low-class human like that peasant hero from the past, human's potential truly does never cease to surprise me, but I need to procure more information about this matter. Otherwise, I don't know if she's worth keeping alive, since the brat might not listen to my dear Marty. The queen takes a sip from the new drink and then sighs. This son of mine what would he do without my support? Here it is, your highness, she replies expressionless for the third time like a doll that is already dead. Well then, what should I write to convince him to use the girl? Year 5009 after the system day 90 of the sun season at Aurora Outpost. Good morning Aurora, she looks at the source of the voice. Prince Julius didn't expect you to come here today. Honestly me neither, but I've received an invitation and also a letter from the Queen, so I'll have to take you back to the capital for a certain ceremony. What don't they know I'm necessary here? What if they assault us while I'm not here? As much as I agree and am discontented, it's not something we can refuse. Even the prince can't. She tilts her head confused as to what could be so important that would require both of them. It'll be a good surprise for you. Also I've been sending your payment to your father for all the work you have been doing. You sure you don't need anything? I'm fine your highness, as long as my family is doing good that's all it matters to me. You've grown up kinder lately, soon you'll be 10 years old, truly young, you and that girl Momo and Lady Alicia, it's quite the trio we have in this army, and all are outstanding in different things. How are the rest of the summoned doing? From what I know they were only expected to join the war when the Goblin King invaded, however, with the changes and you taking care of blocking the way, it has become quite different than what the Saintess foresaw. Seeing as she hasn't been having any weird ill-fated dreams, we can assume that you are successfully changing such destiny. I've actually never thought of it like that, since if it was predestined for us to fall, then wouldn't that mean that no matter what we did, we would ultimately lose? Unless you have someone like the Saintess who possesses the skill that is said was used by Arya herself, which enabled her to foresee the future so far, that a system creation was necessary, but if you ask me, she did a bad job at leading us to victory, in a way. Even though this is blasphemy, I feel like she could learn a few things with you. That's truly a godly compliment your grace, the prince started laughing at the unintentional pun she made. You've sure changed, you can even make funny jokes now. Maybe I'll retire and become a jester. The prince laughed some more and then added, please don't, you're doing an amazing job as it is, losing you would surely hurt the army, from the morale to the great tactics and ideas you have. If that ever happens you should put Momo in the command. She'll surely surpass me one day. You think the girl is that good? Yes, she has everything necessary to become truly peerless one day. If you say it with that much confidence I can only believe it, and accept your advice, which I'm truly grateful for. If someday there's anything you want, do let me know. Perhaps a shop license, my sister wants to open one in the future, she's interested in alchemy. You two really do have a lot of interesting things going on, but I'll send her father a permit signed by me, so she'll be able to open one anywhere she wants. Thank you, Prince Julius, she'll be delighted. Now then, he looked at the entrance of the tent and shouted startling Aurora, maids. 10 maids entered the tent while the prince left, after winking at her. Together with them came 2 men dressed in black and grey with expensive clothes, who started taking measures of her body. With a confused expression, she said, what's all this? Didn't His Royal Highness tell you? One of the tailors asked while measuring her. Not really, no. Don't worry Lady Aurora, you'll be sure to have a great time at the ceremony, just be still, it won't take long, and stretch your arm my way. Chapter 114 General Aurora Arc. Year 5009 after the system day 88 of the sun season outside the outpost in the north section. I wish Iris could be here riding these cute horses with us, don't you agree Momo, Lady Aurora? Yes, Lady Alicia, that would certainly be fun. She could even see the vast fields everyone working hard on. Aurora looks around her seeing how much everything and everyone progressed since she became a general. At this pace it might become a city of its own, seeing as every day more peasants come for teacher Aurora, looking for a job either in the army as a soldier or as a farmer, aside from other professions depending on what they know how to do. Momo declared paying special attention to everyone that goes in and out of the territory, as she's busy helping with the selection. Most peasants don't have particularly defining classes, so they're as useful as they can be. Aurora mentioned particularly unbothered, expecting a few of them to have rare or even unique classes towards crafting. Maybe the summoned from Arya, you could procure information regarding them, since they're forced to place their hand when they arrive. Maybe you'll even want to recruit them for the future engagements we'll have to do against the goblins. That's actually a useful piece of advice Lady Alicia. Aurora smiled gratefully since despite her brightness she doesn't have time to think about everything. Don't worry teacher, I'll make sure to keep finding information about Iris and the different human outposts, perhaps my skill will prove to make good use of it. Also, why did you stay behind after that war? I had a feeling I would see something interesting if I stayed there. With curious faces, the girls asked in unison, and did you?" They look at each other awkwardly as they acted the same way, causing Momo to blush and Alicia to smile naturally. "Actually I did. I got to confirm the existence of the giant goblins as tall as the walls of that day, truly incredible and frightening too." The girls gulped at the same time, but this time not leaving their gazes from Aurora, who looked seriously at them both. "I saw a tall goblin wearing crown, possibly the king, next to the one wielding a staff, the one I and Momo met when they sent an envoy, and then some very strong-looking creatures along with the giants. If they had 1,000,000, then at the very least they're down by around 350,000 goblins from all the things teacher achieved, possibly a bit more from the help of the other two armies," Momo said, and then pulled the reins, which the other two copied, riding side by side with Aurora in the middle. "You sure have interesting ideas, Lady Aurora. It makes me wonder just how you even think of such things without having a special skill of sorts that could help you in some way." "Imagination and creativity don't require a skill, neither does exercising the brain, Lady Alicia," Aurora replied with a mocking tone, ending up teasing her, and Momo chuckling lightly, unable to hold her laughter. "Brr, you two are evil." Alicia hits the horse doors with the back of her boot while pouting, making it move. Seeing that, the other two smiled happily and followed her. A while later, they arrive at a small lake surrounded by grass and a few trees, and 2 boulders where they dismount and allow the horses to drink water while they rest. "That's the horse you took with Ava, the girl who reached the max level. She's become quite famous ever since the incident. There have even been recruit attempts from the other two armies whom she refused despite better wage," Momo said after sitting on the grass while stretching her back and arms upward. "Yes, this is the one, a light brown horse who was closely to the massacre done by Ava. It's a very smart horse, so I took a liking to it. I named him Brownie." The horse does a neigh, feeling prideful, startling both girls, to what Aurora adds, "See, I told you he's pretty smart." She pats the door softly while complimenting him. "It really does look like it. It even received more compliments from you than I have," Alicia said while feeling frustrated as Aurora always bullies her for some reason without understanding why. "This reminds me of something. Did you successfully assimilate yourself fully with the first hero soul fragment?" "Yes, but my body can't keep up with the movements from her memories. They were truly outstanding, so I still have a long way to go." "Sounds like our generation will truly cause a change in this world, and together with the 30 summoned humans, perhaps even get the humans a peaceful world under the goddess Arya." "I don't believe it'll be that easy, Momo, but we'll do our best to see it happen, right, Aurora?" Both girls look at her, who's playing with the horse, ignoring them. On a low tone, Alicia says, "Being a noble lady is very tough, especially one such as myself, but I can't possibly imagine the burden it's going through her, perhaps the one you share, Momo." "Well, I do a lot less than Aurora. Since I'm working of the base foundation she created, I couldn't possibly discipline everyone the way she did." The speech is written by those delicate, small and tired fingers, and of course, thinking on all the tactics I was taught. Without all of that, with my skill and memory alone, I would have long lost, but since there's already a base and time to learn, I'll be able to shine at some point, providing the support she needs, to take her leading a level beyond. Aurora smiled faintly, hearing her words without the girls being aware of it as they were looking into one another, to what Alicia added, "If only I had some years more, I would be able to reach a better stage, becoming able to lead the first line, instead of having my father and the shield line forced to defend every time it's necessary." "Take your time growing, Iris is also taking hers. Eventually everything will change one way or another, and all the races will get to know the humans, and how evil they can be," Aurora said with a calm tone, showing an unusual state of mind related to such topic. "Sometimes it feels like you changed a bit, Aurora, ever since the day you punched the bell. There's been a funny rumor of it, how the bell has a print of your fist on its surface," Momo said, comparing Aurora's behavior to all the images she has of her from before that day. "Did you really punched one of those bells? They're really tough," Alicia says with a surprised expression, making Aurora lightly chuckle, placing a hand in front of her mouth, hiding the laughter, and then with a cool, eloquent tone, Aurora speaks. "That day felt like I woke up from a very long dream, an everlasting one lasting more than eternity itself." Alicia chuckled and said, "That really does sound long. So does that mean that your class awakened or something like that?" "Not exactly, that has yet to happen." "Aren't you like half as strong as the Saintess in what comes to mana? Just how much stronger are you planning on becoming?" Momo said, feeling left out as both of them were extremely capable. Feeling the sadness in her tone, Aurora's horse approached and started rubbing his face to hers, consoling the girl, who felt surprised, ending up patting the muzzle softly and a big of the other cheek that was free, and then Momo added, "Thank you, Brownie, you're a good horse." The words made him neigh happily. With a friendly tone, Aurora declared, "Don't worry, my silly student, out of the 3 of us, you're bound to be the one getting the most achievements, and also have the biggest role in the future to come. though there's a chance I won't be there to see it, so make sure you protect Momo, Alicia." Noticing how strange Aurora's words were, and also the fact she didn't request that with the use of formality, Alicia took it as a warning, and from that day onwards she would keep an eye on the general student. "Also, I will disclose some confidential information that is only shared between me and my master Iris." Master Alicia asks curiously but also confused about the way her friend was addressed. "Are you really telling her she's a hero, Aurora?" Momo said with a cold tone unbefitting the entire personality she had shown till now. "Tell me what." An unease and fearful feelings joined together with the other two inside her heart, preparing herself to draw the blue sword if necessary. "The truth is that Iris Class isn't a wizard like she told you before, she's a witch, and not just any type, a unique type called Babel Witch, granted to her by the evil god and the god of chaos. She's the reason the black robes support us. Apparently she's called the One, the human who will bring them to the promised land, which was deprived of them as they were constantly exiled by the white robes, in other words, the church." Upon hearing those words her body relaxed as the new law had already been approved by the queen and the royal siblings regarding the disgrace class. Since it was already in effect there was no longer anything to worry about. It's not like Iris chose to become the leader or part or whatever of the criminal organization, right? Fairly speaking, the law makes them innocent now, unless there's an issue about her class that you didn't tell me, since I've never heard about a Babel class, not to forget that includes the first hero knowledge, which is extremely vast. To be honest, I was hoping that by telling you about it, you would be able to teach us something, but it seems like that wasn't the case, and it is like you said, you and Momo know about her true class, which makes her a special person to some extent. However, the information I gathered from the white and black robes don't have anything related to the Babel part itself." "Then how do they know Iris is the one?" Alicia asked while gripping the hands into each other, feeling worried for her friend. "Apparently they have an artifact that guides them to her, no matter where she is, and it only works for her when the One is mentioned." "Shit, that's truly fucked up, having all the weird black robes chasing over her, especially since they were once criminals. Even if it's not for the disgrace class, they still managed to do a lot of other crimes." "I agree, even if I'm cursed myself, at least, I never harmed anyone before." Upon hearing that, Alicia grabbed Momo's hands, who were shaking from the conversation, as she was scared for Iris too, and in a way all her life due to the way the body looked like. "It seems like I'll have to gather information a little deeper. Also Alicia, Iris told me that your class and hers are nemesis, so if the day comes where one of you has to live, I'll make sure that my sister is the one who prevails." Feeling the shock and the pressure from Aurora's words, Alicia says, "She's my friend, I won't allow anything to control me, and force me to think otherwise. Not to forget I overcame the soul fragment, gaining a couple of useful things." Upon hearing the words next to her, Momo tightened the grip of Alicia's hands while smiling softly happily. "Very well, the next two places I'll have to look at is the Royal Family Library and the Secret Archives of the Pope, both places that I can't possibly reach yet." "Wouldn't the prince allow you?" Alicia asks, surprised, as in her eye they seem quite close. "His own library is fine, but the one I would like to see is the late king's one that only the heir has the permission to enter. It should have a lot of interesting secrets and knowledge." Aurora's eyes shone, making Alicia burst in laughter. "Sometimes I forget that you're a child like us, Aurora. Even with the memories of the first hero I was able to keep my personality mostly intact, except when it comes to swordsmanship. I get to have something like an assistant showing me the next step." "Well, yes, I'm currently younger than you, Alicia, so that's a given." "A suspicious break," Alicia says in a joking tone, making Aurora smile and Momo chuckle. "Speaking of which, it is time to get going. Still have some more dresses to try, even though I found a very interesting one." Upon hearing that, Momo and Alicia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 115, General Aurora Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 15 of the moon season at Lumen Kingdom Castle Throne Room. On a throne made of gold, the queen could be found seated in a long red dress with stripes of black. Around her, the butlers and maids were serving drinks in glass cups to the guests. Close to 100 nobles could be seen chattering with one another, and from time to time they would go close the walls and the windows, where long tables with luxurious food could be found. The nobles of today were the most important ones in the kingdom, being the owners of practically the entirety of the territories of Lumen. From the entrance to the throne, a blue long carpet stretching all the way to the throne could be found, the one where Aurora would have to walk and stop close by to the first stair, as there were 3 of them, that distanced the throne area from the rest of the floor in height and space. For the windows that were closed, one could find blue curtains with sword figures mimicking the human's flag pointing upward. After all, in the entirety of the castle this was the most important place, the one and only where the most influential ceremonies would generally happen. A butler approached the seated one on the throne and with a low tone while bowing spoke, "My queen, all guests have arrived, including the blonde victim of tonight who is waiting outside with Prince Julius." "Call her in," the queen said loudly for everyone to hear, making all the voices extinguish themselves. The great doors then started opening by the royal guards as the butler gave the signal by waving his hand. From the entrance a man in a blue fancy attire could be seen, next to a girl wearing a long dark blue dress that didn't match her age, making her look stunning and mature. "You may approach," Queen Lily spoke, and Aurora and Julius walked together, stopping close to a meter of the first staircase stone step. Afterward the queen raised from the throne, and everyone around bowed their heads. The queen looked around briefly and then said, "It was a very complicated choice bringing you here today, General Aurora, as your army refers to you, an honorary noble such as yourself, a child of men. The room where you stand is not a place for the common to be. The only exception ever made was conveyed to the peasant's hero, who dignified herself battle after battle, destroying the enemies of humanity, very much like you've been, and by all means, at a greater pace than she had." The woman takes some moments to regain her breath. "I too was present the day my children made their speeches, and surprised I was, when a child so young, so small, and so frail looking, stood in my eldest place when the moment came as I heard the most unique speech ever. I could not believe my ears. I was later told that it had been written by the blonde girl herself. It truly made my heart pound heavier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, nobles of 1,000 families of Lumen, raise your heads and look at the lady of that day." Everyone focused their gazes at Aurora while she and the prince remained bowing, and for a while, the queen took some time to regain her breath while preparing the next section of her speech. "It is both with a burden and with a relief that I've summoned you, honorary noble, general, and Lady Aurora, to the throne room, where the entirety of the royal family has passed through to concede a conflictual title upon your name." The queen stretched her arms to the sides and said, "I had to go as far as to research the entire story of the human kingdom, whereas it has saved all the great and almighty titles ever bestowed to fellow humans, and even those that have never been used before." She makes a praying posture without bending or kneeling, only using her arms and hands while explaining, "It came to my ears that you are not only a great general, but also that you were able to show our ancient religion under the watch of that man over there, the Pope. The resolution that was necessary to enforce the rightful solution towards one of the most arduous conflicts of our race. Turning the entirety of the black robes to be part of the Prince Julius banner. Thanks to that, the criminality rate inside the capital has come close to non-existent." The noblemen did not remove their eyes from Aurora as they no longer couldn't, some sweating and others surprised about the queen words. Easily the most beautiful compliment that a royal member ever gave to a peasant. If that wasn't glorious enough to grant you a title like a pacifist one from the records, that was but the tip of the iceberg. From the shadows, you've also been taking a great blow at the economy of our kingdom with the help of my eldest son and the Merchant Association. Increasing the importance, numbers, and of course strength of the human army with a significant record of 1 million soldiers, and close to 50,000 horses who are on their way for a cheaper price than usual, thanks to good connections. In other words, gentlemen, 1/10 of the human race now stands on those tiny shoulders." Zylph upon hearing the last part clenched his fist as there was no mention of him being the leader of the cavalry, which Princess Liliana and General Angelica took notice of, both laughing inwards and having a fake pity for him. These numbers are at the very least prodigious, since the charisma necessary to achieve this and having the full respect of the men around you as a child. It truly weighs on this queen's shoulders, as a title for such feats really does require something tremendous. Yet the main reason you were brought here today, was due to the last great fight you led against the goblins, losing a big number of 30,000 soldiers, which by no means is a low amount. But what exceeds such losses was to slay 300,000 goblins in exchange, 300,000s. Some of the men around let out a whistle or a sound of surprise, having a dumbfounded expression on their faces. So as you can see, gentlemen, this is the result of the idealism of my eldest son Julius, whom as a mother I'm greatly proud of, as the humanist that he is, allowing a young peasant like this one to rise. She stares at him while speaking, making him raise his head with a smile. "You honor me with such words, Queen Lily, I'm truly grateful for them, my dear mother." With a slight nod she then stares at Aurora from bottom to top, evaluating the choice of clothes, and then continues, "Child, from this day onwards you will become the future general of the future king, as you are blessed by the goddess Arya and our most beautiful saintess." Upon hearing those words, Serenity and the Pope bow deeply, faced towards the queen. "This way you shall be allowed to lead the army to your heart content, and I'll be able to show humanity that my choice in believing in you was the wisest. From this day onwards you are forever entitled as the divine general." A butler approaches the queen with a black box, and from within the queen removes a single golden ring with a blue gem in a sword shape on it, and takes 2 steps downwards, calling to her. You may rise, divine general, and you must wear this ring till the day you die. May your life bring humanity the hope we seek from ancient times. That, my dear, shall be the divine mission you have been entrusted with. Aurora raises her right hand delicately and the queen places the ring on her thumb while smiling, as the other fingers are too short, since in the end, she's still a child and the ring doesn't have the same ability the rose ones do. Thank you for this honor, your grace, Aurora flawlessly bows while lifting her dress. Impressive, so young and so talented, surely Marty could learn a couple of things with this girl. She glares at him despite loving that child the most. Aurora, noticing the gaze, the familiar emotion, and the person it was directed to, she smiles softly and then voices out the sweet poison. I'll do my best so that the next successor, be he one of the princes or even the princess, do not have to worry about war, granting he or her eternal comfortable life on the throne. That's the minimum I'll do for the blessing the queen has given me today. She stares directly into Lily's eyes, seeing how satisfied of an expression the queen makes from such words. The queen then looks above her and says, "May the celebration begin. At the end of the party I'll want a private conversation with you 3. Without the need to specify who they are, the children lightly bowed at her, and everyone began drinking, chatting, and eating. Go stretch that neck a bit, Aurora, you stood an awfully long time bowing, and feel free to meet the other nobles. All right, Prince Julius, I'll be around." She smiles kindly and they separate from each other. She truly had quite the information network. One truly can't be too careful with Isabella lackeys. It really was a long speech. Wish she could have made a simpler one. My neck was totally killing me, even though it truly wasn't. Aurora smiles due to silly thoughts. After all that talking, it would be natural to be filled with people wanting to talk with me, but with this ring, it closed any possible way to have any sort of negotiations. It was a bold move that I didn't expect a human to make. It's not often I meet a very smart human. Since I'm here, might as well try the food, and tell about it to Iris when I can, to have her feel jealous. A fine punishment for making me do all this work for her. It sounds like a great atonement indeed. Aurora could be seen smiling in a cute way towards some desserts. Once she got close to a white cake with strawberries on top, she thought, I wonder how delicious sister would say this is. If she got to try this cake, maybe would try to eat all of it, ending up with a stomach ache. You seem to be having fun, Aurora. Despite being alone, a feminine voice approached from her right side together with the sound of something touching a fellow plate. No honorifics, I'm not lower than a rose head at this point. Aurora looks to the side and discovers the face of a beautiful mature woman worthy enough to be drawn in a painting. Greeting, Princess Liliana. I believe this is the first time talking face to face. The princess takes a bite of a piece of the lemon cake, blushing while savoring it. This is truly good, easily my favorite cake. Aurora, who doesn't get startled easily, becomes surprised as she imagined a similar expression and words coming out of Iris. You seem to be having fun yourself, princess. Aurora smiled childishly to what the woman replies. It is on rare times like these where I get to relax and don't think about anything. Take another slice and meet me at that other room in the middle. I'll tell the guards I invited you. She walks off after grabbing another slice of the lemon cake. Sure, Aurora replies with a big smile, now to discover if this woman can be of any use. Announcement. The novel from the Pole has been released. Make sure to check the tags. It'll be updated once a week. For those who wish to support in exchange for advanced content. Enjoy the madness. Chapter 116, General Aurora Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 17 of the moon season, Astia village by the fountain. As Aurora walked through the streets of the village, she notices a peculiar target whom she sneaks behind and speaks loud and clear. It's been a long time, Elias. Upon hearing such words, the girl turns around startled, meeting her guild adventure rival and friend. Aurora, what happened to your hair? The guard next to Aurora hearing that says in a harsh tone, it's Lady Aurora or Divine General. Elise, feeling further surprised as this was a remote village, thus the information would take a while to arrive, she did her best to bow while feeling nervous, and then seeing the girl behavior, Aurora places the hand on the right shoulder in front softly and says, it's all right, this one is a friend, Sir Krieg. The royal guard nodded lightly upon such words, relaxing his face. So how you been, little Elise? Aurora smiles very kindly, surprising her, as she used to be a lot more expressionlessly. I've been well, been helping your parents and grandpa while taking fewer quests from the guild, A&D. Am I allowed to give you a hug, or is that too much for a peasant to do? To those words, Aurora chuckles and says, I'm sure Sir Krieg can close the eyes briefly, Upon such words the muscled man turns around and Elise takes 2 small steps, drowning in the girl's arms, hugging her tight. I've been missing you too, a lot. We didn't even get to party together anymore, and Iris is busy at Tun Village, dropping by very rarely. Sadly, we are both stuck with a lot of things. I'm currently the general of the army of His Royal Highness, Prince Julius, as you probably know from my parents, and have been recently graced with a title by Her Royal Highness Queen Lily, so from this day onwards, I'll be known as Divine General, and will most likely be permanently at war whenever the successorship dispute ends, serving directly the successor. As for our friend Iris, I believe she's interested in opening a shop after her training is finished, so she should have more free time than me when the time comes. You'll just have to be a little more patient. That sounds like a very arduous task. Will you be okay, Aurora? Elise asks her with this innocent and cute-looking expression with a hint of worry and unease, that makes her look painfully adorable. Someone has to do it, and since I have the talent to wage war, might as well use it for the benefit of the crown and the human race. Well said, Lady Aurora. The guard turns around, feeling prideful of her words. Aurora places the back of the hand hiding the lips, letting out a chuckle, and then says, "Thank you, Sir Krieg." Elise finds her behavior strange but doesn't mention it. Instead, she says, "I suppose this will be a brief visit. Perhaps you're going to meet your parents next. How long haven't you seen them?" "Yes, I really don't have much time left. I even had to bring this amazing dress with me to make a little bit more time. It has been too long to remember." "Since you're talented enough, I suppose that in itself is pretty freedom binder." "Indeed, even now the Goblin King could be preparing to do an assault on my troops, though I'm not too worried. I left someone equally skilled in charge. They would surely have a bad time against her, but not as much as me." Aurora smiles with an eerie expression, reminding Elise of the girl true colors that she had met before. "Yup. Now I understand Aurora better. It took a long time, but I got there. That expression you wear rarely must have been born within you so that your enemies could learn fear. After all the quests I've done, the beasts and monsters I encounter never show fear for us humans. They see us from above, you know." "You may be right, Elise. We're probably the most limited race of them all in what comes to natural statuses. However, we are smart and we've learned how to be cowards, how to resist the strong and their claws, and now I'll make the humans learn how to fight and beat the strong. Fairly speaking, I've recently slaughtered 300,000 goblins, so I'm already on a good path." The expression on Elise's face became extremely overwhelmed, as her mouth opened wide, while she became silent and amazed at the gigantic amount of creatures that died, and then without waiting for a reply Aurora added, "Where are my parents? I'm running a bit low on time." The girl pointed to the left towards the potion shop where they work, and Aurora started moving that way while saying, "Keep growing stronger, Elise, so one day in the near future we'll go back to quest together." To what the girl who heard it nodded lightly, silently and happily, having just spoken casually with a famous figure of the human kingdom, perhaps the most influential figure. "I'll surpass you soon enough, Aurora, just you wait." As Aurora walked some meters towards the potion shop, one of the village guards noticed her from the hair color, and then looking at the long expensive dress approaches, he ran, placing himself a bit further ahead than them. "Aren't you Rosalind's daughter? What in the hell happened to you? How the fuck?" He looked at her from top to bottom, evaluating how expensive that attire was, and the perfect manner of how it fits. "Silence, peasant. In front of you lays the hope of humanity, the Divine General Aurora, belonging to the honorable army of His Royal Highness Prince Julius Lumen, the oldest sibling." Sir Krieg took a long sword from the scabbard and aimed it at the man while shouting, making everyone around gather, creating a long circle of people. "What's up with those cold blue eyes? Weren't they green? What in the hell happened to Rosalind's daughter, to Iris, who froze my hand back then?" He then spoke while kneeling on the ground. "I apologize, I believe I mistook her from someone I knew named Iris. Your general looks very alike, but the eyes are truly different. Please forgive me, I meant no harm," the man supplicated, feeling no real remorse. "Aren't you?" Aurora places her finger below the cheek, touching it lightly while thinking about who this person might be, to what she then says, after faking to have forgotten him, "Aren't you Tyson, the man who used to flirt and gross my mother Rosalind out all the time?" Cold sweat passed through the back of the man as he felt confused, nervous, and fearful, not understanding who this girl was, but she had nailed his identity in the worst possible way. Also, upon such words, Sir Krieg took a few steps forward, stepping between him and her, aiming the sword at the man just in case Aurora decides on a death penalty, as she has the authority to do so. "My name is Tyson, and I didn't know Rosalind had a second daughter, from the different eyes, twins. I guess I have always loved your mother, and I've never done anything wrong to her. If flirting is a crime, then I am a culprit, but so would be a lot of other men, who have tried it too. after all, she's very beautiful, he said while containing the tears inside of him, firmly believing that he was rightful like any fellow men. With a menacing and cold tone, Aurora speaks, is that so? Well, no matter, get out of my way, I don't want to waste the little time I have on the likes of you. Tyson got up and ran, leaving the ground a little wet, and then Sir Creek sheathed the sword, seeing as whatever the conflict had been it was now over. Is your mother so beautiful that he would actually attempt to prey on her? Aurora looks at him with the same cold eyes she was staring at Tyson, making the man regret the question of what the girl coldly said. Yes, very much so, come. She resumed the pacing and the crowd around made way for her to pass through. Some meters later Aurora notices a line of people waiting for their turn to enter the shop, to which she ignores and passes in front while holding her dress a little high to avoid tripping. As the people started complaining, Sir Krieg punched the entrance wall, causing a bang shutting them up, allowing the humans to notice the royal crest in his armor, making them bow their heads. In fact, he could have just yelled, but used the wall to alleviate himself from the earlier pressure from the young lady. As soon as Aurora entered the shop, closing it behind her, she stares around from left to right, finding a balcony where cash and a potion were on it. Vichent, who was startled, talking to a customer. Next of them she saw a wooden door, and further to the side shelves with different colored potions and a window which illuminated them, making it look like they shine by themselves. Without saying anything she lifts her dress once again, walks, entering the wooden door, which Vincent opened his mouth to shout but then refrained from doing so, noticing the color of the hair, resuming the sale. Upon entering she perceives something, leaving it open, and takes a few more steps forward. On the other side, she found two familiar faces who looked in awe at her, the mother not being able to hold it and spoke firstly, gaining the initiative in the conversation. You look so beautiful, Aurora. She then walked to her daughter while spreading her arms to the sides, tearing up as she had not seen her since she was taken away to become a general. The father placed the potion he was enhancing softly on the old and dirty looking table, and approached both, hugging them. It has been a long while, my little general. How did the ceremony go? We received a letter from the prince about it, but sadly no invitation. I suspect that it was due to the place where the ceremony occurred. Really, where did they take you, dear? She looks at mother, who questioned her, and says, the throne room. They made a little party there. It was an incredibly large room. From the queen words only, Rizia the peasant hero was the other only lowborn that attended such a stage in a ceremonial way, and also where she received that title. Does that mean you received a title too? Yes, father. From this day onwards, I'm above any of the heads from the 8 rose families in what comes to war alone, and outside I only respond to the king or queen, but since we're in the middle of a royal dispute, I still have some freedom. Therefore, today's a short visit, as I missed you both and wanted to see you before things get gruesome with the goblins. Did you do something to them? What did they entitle you with? Did they force more lands or similar to you? Ah, sorry father, I'm now entitled as divine general, upon the grace of Queen Lily. As for lands and the like, I will get a piece from every territory I conquer here onwards, which can be sold for money if you don't want to handle the lands. I'm really not interested in a feudal lifestyle, but depending on the amount of the lands you receive, that may not be so bad. What do you think, Rosalind? Well, we're trying to have more children, so it would be a good way to not have to work all the time, and actually have a good future for our kids when they grow. Seems like you'll have to embrace the noble lifestyle, father, Aurora mentions while teasing Luke, then starts laughing, making Rosalind smile. Fine, fine, if I must then so be it, but for that, you would still need to conquer those lands. Have you progressed in the territory or in any way? I recently slaughtered 300,000 goblins, so I could have held a new line, but I don't want a direct confrontation with them. My war style is irregular after all, which means I'll only strike when I know I'll win, and right now is not the precise moment to do it. Was that gigantic amount the reason why you were called? Mother shouts as father remains with a dumbfounded expression, still processing the number. One of them, perhaps the main motivation for the ceremony. Nonetheless, the queen was extremely well informed, meaning there truly are spies on the 3 armies, possibly from the Pink Rose family, probably to ascertain everyone's achievements and whose humans do the job better. Meaning that one of them has been keeping their eyes on you. How do you even know there's a spy? Because one of the spies is in this room hiding, but I don't know the reason why. Is the queen trying to prove that if I don't act the way I want she'll kill them? No, she already enslaved me with that title, and this spy entered the room after I did, meaning that it's not my parents but me, to keep their eyes on me. This could indeed be troublesome. Should I take the spy out? If I fake that I'm using magic only to show a new skill to them, I could lower the assassin guard and trap this strange presence. I know, because I've been trying to improve the kingdom in a lot of ways, and all of them were somehow unveiled and told to her grace. In other words, there must be someone very talented always chasing me, or at least, when I go to important events, or talk with potential supporters. Just as the Queen thought this Aurora girl is incredible, to think we were a step ahead of her, but in reality, she already knew about us. Time to step out for a bit, and recover my breath. The hidden human starts walking to the exit. If you ever need a break, feel free to return home, daughter, you know we're always here for anything you need. Thank you, father, and mother, here's a little something. She removes a folded paper from a side pocket hidden in the dress. This is, she looks at it confused while grabbing the paper. A recipe for a strawberry cake I ate in the throne room. It looked like something you could make next time I come home, to reward your one and only daughter, at least, till a new one is born, Aurora says a little louder while winking with the left eye as the presence feels close on the right side. Rosalind, understanding her intentions, says, very well, if possible when you come for your birthday, I'll do it, a big one even. Thank you, mother, you two are the best, but I must go now. Send my regards to Miles and Johann, I didn't see them around, and also Leonore. Sure we will. They hug her one more time after they spoke in unison. Feeling the presence a bit further behind waiting for her, she whispers, don't get in contact with you know who, till I know for sure it's safe, and I'm sorry for not being able to do more, nonetheless I'll do my best to win this war. With a similar tone, Luke says, don't worry dear, we have powerful guards stationed at home from Prince Julius, so focus on what you have to do, and don't worry about how you look in the mirror, there's certainly a sword master around willing to teach you. Aurora smiled at the father's clever words and said, I'm thankful, but still think that magic is what suits me the best. I'm going now, I expect a baby in a year or two, so work hard my dear parents. Upon hearing those last words they blush, ending up looking at one another feeling further embarrassed, making the daughter smile and leave. I bet Iris would be super happy to have a younger sibling. I suppose I wouldn't mind an extra family member either, perhaps some atonement for supporting the corruption in her mind, even though my past self deemed it necessary. Artana is a troublesome plane, but for now, still need to make this world a bit more livable first by exterminating the goblins. Kind of expected the goddess Luna to become our enemy after that many deaths. If she hasn't, it means she still has a couple of aces up her sleeve, unless she didn't notice it yet, which would be weird, though maybe the gods can't see more than one perspective at a time, some laws to limit them perhaps. Well, time will tell. Let's see how far I can go against this world gods with my own abilities first, meanwhile my fated partner becomes stronger. Chapter 117 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 4 of the flowering season at Tun Village inside Ray House next to the dojo, a day after they arrived from the annual tournament. Sitting at a table with Iris, Ray speaks in a cold and serious tone, I'm proud of you, didn't expect a 4th place on the first try, though it feels like you haven't been completely honest with me, since the amount of mana you used during the entire tournament was abnormally high, and during our training sessions it would end a lot earlier, so have you been lying to me? With a nervous expression I reply, I haven't lied to you, my maximum mana is the one I showed, but I suppose there's a way for it to recover faster, which I got to learn about it during the tournament. Swear that's the truth. A way? As far as I know, there are only 4 ways: rest, meditate, mana potions, and mana recovery passive skill. Which way was it? Did you cheat the tournament with mana potions? Even if you did, I don't really care, but if your mana is greater than what you're supposed to have, then instead of 3 years perhaps more, it could shorten by a lot. It is the 5th way, but sadly it's the only thing I'm not allowed to talk about, since it's something that belongs to my sister Aurora. An item that helps with mana recovery? Yes, that's truly something worth being a secret, but does it mean that you can use it during our training, so you get to learn faster? Sadly I can only use it when sister around me. Oh. A rare skill? No, a unique skill shared by twins, meaning she's able to help you recover mana, or perhaps she simply injected some of it before every round. Then at the end both of you were mana exhausted, so you didn't have enough to beat Isabella? Daughter, I smile kindly at him, making him nod in agreement. I would love to tell you about whatever the other side of the mirror is, but I promised Aurora I wouldn't tell anyone about it. Please forgive me, Ray. In exchange I'll do my best to master everything you teach me, no matter how long it takes. In that case, never mind what I said earlier, let's resume our training. So far I've been making you learn Death Dance, which you executed nicely, but that was just the first step, which involves rotating your body, striking the enemy from his blind spot. That technique only works if you can pin the weapon with one of the hands before you execute the skill. Yes, it was thanks to Raphael's weapon being a long spear that I was allowed to try it, and even then he had time to dodge a fatal blow which he ended up healing. Correct, however, with just that step in your case it won't be enough as you have an element different than mine. When I use Death Dance, my sword injects thunder into the enemy weapon which is then conducted to the opponent's hand, eventually paralyzing them momentarily, allowing me to deliver a death blow, but it depends on the quantity since it can have different effects. Teacher element sounds amazing for a swordsman, every time you hit someone with a sword you can do that. I said with a happy expression as I'm enjoying reviewing the fights. Exactly. Even though it took me a while to figure it out when I was younger, and of course, it was not necessarily a good thing, as by some reason it also conducted to my body, eventually I maxed the resistance to it, something you should do too with yours, but in the future, for now, I want you to understand the basic concepts. Since you're done eating, let's go to the dojo. Nothing like talking and demonstrating, especially for a dumb kid like you that learns faster that way. Hey! I'm not dumb, I've been doing my best learning all your theories, they're just hard concepts, or the teacher is just bad at explaining them. I avert my eyes from his and then runs at me, in order to smack me as I bad-mouthed him, which I run for my life all the way to the dojo. Moments later we arrive inside it, and then he stops chasing me, giving me one of the 100 wooden swords he bought, which I take with a smile. Pesky student. Perverted teacher. Blondie. Oldie. As we stop trading insults our training swords start clashing, aim for my right waist, as I hear the teacher words my sword thrust in that direction, and then he death dances rotating his body aiming for my hip as I did to Raphael, which I jump to the left side and block it. That's horrible. Was that the best counterattack you could think of? Blondie, you truly need to improve your fighting sense. It was a lot easier when I had the voices of the other witches telling me what to do. Hey teacher, what if we reverse it and you show me how it's supposed to be done? I'll learn faster that way. Ray light blows at a speed I can't dodge, taking the hit on my right leg causing me pain. Fool. If you don't develop a fighting sense and how to predict your opponents, then in real combat you'll be killed mercilessly. You must think with the little time you have left with your survival on the line as I keep telling you to do, you talentless brat. I grit my teeth knowing his right and take a normal stance, spreading my legs a bit further from each other, while hitting his training sword, which results in it being hit back. As we trade a few blows I start sensing a weak spot where he told me to hit earlier, and instinctively I allow my body to thrust, giving space for him to death dance at me, which I realize that he shows me the back of the body as he turns to deliver a hidden blow that goes in front of his waist. What if I try to kick him but end up slipping as I didn't retract my sword, losing balance, tripping to the floor, ending up sitting on the butt sitting, and see the slash pass above my head cleanly. Why are you on the floor, you stupid student? He shouts angrily while noticing my focused expression, to what I reply, I think I figured something, but then when I tried to kick your exposed back, I lost my balance, and also slipped. Seems like you're starting to use that bean brain of yours. He hits my head lightly with the training sword. Up, again. He takes 2 steps back while I stand up and then we resume the blow exchange. Ideally is to fight without saying skill names, just allow your body to feel as you use them. You can even cancel their motion, for example, thrust in the same spot. As I hear the words I allow my sword to go deep, missing while focusing on Ray body, to what I see a 1/4 turn and then a reversed attack comes out of it with a sword attack from the left side, which I block in front of me. Like this you fake a death dance, which works if you use it a couple of times, making your opponent react to it, and then you surprise him. The most important thing about swordsmanship, and it applies to any other weapon, is to allow your body and sword to be free of this system, and in exchange, you'll get an infinite amount of skills whose names you won't need to memorize since your body will naturally know their every move. Thank you for the lesson. I then let out a smile filled with excitement while extremely grateful for the knowledge from his words. I stance myself once more and shout, one more. Pulling out a smile from Ray, who resumes the striking. This body better last long enough to fully teach this kid, one with a will that doesn't break. No matter how powerless and weak-minded I try to make her be with plenty of insults, certainly will persevere long enough to catch up to me one day, especially since her natural talent is for magic, with the creativity and imagination she's showed me before if used the same way for swordsmanship and later merging both. I want to see it. Once more I thrust into the weak spot slightly grazing Ray clothes, as this time I noticed it earlier and my body allowed me to react faster to it, and then the death dance started. This time I pull my arm backward matching his first step, and then turn my body slightly to the right and attempt to kick at the butt, feeling like I just hit a wall of stone, but still allowing me to break his balance, following it with a strike to the head to repay for the time I was hit, which Ray ducks without looking behind, and then turns to me, and fast strikes my head like using a mere wooden stick. With the most casual expression he starts laughing at me. Despite how much I want to see it, it'll still take a long while. That's not fair. How did you dodge without looking at it? It's called sense, something that is developed through high intelligence status. It allows you to feel the things around you approaching, especially killing intent, which is the most aggressive of them all. Is it something everyone can learn? I questioned curiously, as it would be something super amazing to have. Can be, but doesn't mean everyone will get it. Requires a keen sense that is only acquired through a lot of fights to the death. At least, that's how it worked for me. Sense? I mutter about it curiously. I suppose it's like a sixth sense in a way, an abnormal one that feels the enemy intention, not too different from the skill killing intent detector. What else can you sense with it, teacher? My beloved swords, I can sense them from far away, possibly due to spending my entire life with them, even sleeping with them. Just how obsessed with swords is he? Anyways, enough chattering, let's resume the practice. We strike our wooden swords against each other and spend the rest of the day practicing. Chapter 118 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system, day 5 of the flowering season at Ray Dojo. Aren't we practicing more of the death dance? No, today we return to the basics you love so much. Eventually, when you become better, learning a better version of death dance will be a lot faster. Fine. What am I going to learn? Let's see, I've made you run double what your mother did since you begun training. Right, I nod slightly, having suffered from it. I taught you how to do a backdash, a vanish step, and death dance, so you could escape if anything ever happened while I wasn't around, or you find some overwhelming strong opponent in the tournament, even though you ended up unable to move, and you could have been killed if Isabella daughter wanted to. I hide my face in embarrassment for losing in such a one-sided way. What matters is that you're alive, as long as you never die. Becoming stronger is a matter of time. He looks at me with a very serious expression, reminding me of the few times my parents would get angry at me. I understand, didn't expect to be hit with paralysis, something I'll have to become resistant to. In fact, is it possible to become immune to everything? Wouldn't it be great if that was possible? Laughter echoed the dojo, to which he then voices out, if your enemy has a level 1 skill that poisons you, and you have a max level resistance, the poison will still affect you, but the damage and length will certainly lessen. In other words, having high levels will surely help. But teacher, I've read in tales of Artana about a beast being immune to paralysis. It's just like I explained, the resistance was a lot higher than the hero skill, either that or the beast had a superior skill towards that status ailment. Status ailment, what's that? Basically what we've been discussing, any skill that inflicts you with a negative effect. You're a witch, you should have a skill named blind, that is one of them, and a very effective one during fights. I'm surprised teacher knows about witch skills. Let's just say I saved one in the past called Sapphira, but I haven't seen her ever since, not like she wanted to learn the path of the sword, so I didn't really waste time with her. Doesn't quite sound like it, but I'll leave it as it is. She does have a beautiful name, I smile while picking an interest in it. Well, the name comes from a blue gem that is very expensive. Oh. I actually haven't seen much about materials, money, and things. I've been busy with other stuff like farming, fishing, and adventuring even. Fair enough. Anyway, we're deviating from the main subject. With your legs well trained, I watch him lower himself and grope my leg muscles, making it ticklish, to which I do my best to hold the laughter. He then says, I think they're good enough for the next stage of running. More running. When am I going to practice with the sword? Don't complain, Blondie, I've already taught you a bit more than your mother did, but your body is too young, the base is lacking. Without it, it'll eventually break down, wasting all my effort. I let out a sigh upon hearing such words. Even though I said that, it doesn't mean it'll be a normal type of running. Isn't running. Come along. He goes outside the dojo and I follow through. First you cover your feet with mana, then your legs, and don't allow it to go any higher than that. Status: warn me only when my mana is running low. Notice: order confirmed. I do as he says, which is easy as I've practiced mana controlling with father plenty of times. Good, if only you had that talent for swordsmanship you'd be peerless, but you don't, so base as it is. Now you'll have to learn how to walk while focusing an intense amount of mana on the legs without letting go of it. A smile surges in his expression. I'll turn you into a magical swordsmanship user. As soon as I take the first step, the mana vanishes inside my body, surprising me, but I could hold it easily on a weapon with mana coating. What's the difference? The sword isn't alive, but you are, and mana is too, a form of energy. Master it and you'll be able to take a step further towards surpassing me, as I haven't mastered the skill mana condensing, which needs a second layer of mana below the outer one. He then starts laughing while heading to the house. Fine. Just you wait. I'll get this mastered in no time. I shout loudly, ending up alone. Then I take a deep breath and start pouring mana in my legs. Once I have enough, a step forward is then taken, making all the mana disappear. I don't understand why does it disperse. Maybe the amount I'm using is too much. I attempt to take another step forward with less mana. Once I do, most of it disperses into the ground, making me lose it. Alright, a little bit remained, around 10 out of 50, I guess I'll have to control a soft aura in the beginning, and then once I master this amount, I'll try with a higher one. I smile happily and excitedly at this new training, which is proving to be rather fun and challenging. To think it would be easier to mana coat objects than our own body. I suppose that since the weapons are made with soul stones that they become more susceptible to receive energy, and they're also kind of, not alive. This time around, I charge about 10 mana in each leg, making a clear blue outlayer around them and start walking very, very slowly. Seems like 10 mana is as far as my talent with this method goes. I wonder though what's this supposed to do. Noticing a tree not too far away, I walk closer to it and upon reaching it I punch it with a normal outer layer of 10 mana, causing the bark to go slightly inwards. Then I punch one more time without relying on any layer, causing a less powerful reaction in it. Mana layer increased the damage to the bark, but what if I spend more mana? I guess it would just cause a wider hole in the tree, and the teacher mentioned a second layer. I'll need to master this outer one first. Through repetitive walking attempts, I exhaust my mana, falling on the ground full of sweat. I'm starting to take a grasp with walking while feeling the mana running outside my body. 20 mana is the max I can control for now. Next to me, I hear the sound of a door closing and notice Ray, who looks at me. Are you mana exhausted? Yes, totally out of it. I smile while laid down, looking up to him, who seems happy. Good, once you recover it, go back to practicing it. In a year you should be able to handle at least half of it. It took me a lot longer, but with your talent, for magic, I believe that much will be enough. Ray starts laughing while leaving towards the usual pub where he spends afternoons drinking. 65 days later, in the 70th of the flowering season, at night, I hear a voice that wakes me up. Notice skills have been received from Aurora, recommended to go inside the mirror. I wonder what happened. Mirror. I get up and go through it, appearing on the other side soon after. As soon as I enter that plane, an oppressive cold aura made of my own element surrounds my body. Notice status synchronization updated. Notice status is evolving to a unique tier. Notice due to the adorable witch existence 2 extra skills from the goddess have been received: Divine Sealing, Divine Connection. Notice the properties of the Babel class are cursing the blessed skills. Notice mana being depleted at fast growths. Adorable witch assistance required. Yes, no. Yes. Help me, adorable. Of course, master, leave it to me. I start to feel a considerate large mana amount from the ritual that has lasted since the day she awakened, filling me, and then a mechanical different voice resounds in my mind. Notice profane connecting has been successfully transformed. Notice I have successfully evolved into a unique tier. I'll be reconfiguring the screen from here onwards while helping with the blessed skills. A voice: who are you? My body remains expressionless as I currently am stuck with the pressure of mana. Notice your skill has taken over a connection with the system of this world as such. That is who I am. I didn't even know this place had such an existence. Well, do your best, I'm counting on you. Notice: leave it to me, almighty Babel witch. Why would you call me almighty? Aren't you a greater existence than me? Notice this is your soul world, thus you're above me. My own world. Notice soul manifestation has successfully converted. You will now be able to create things with it. However, it requires a large amount of soul which you do not currently own. Notice a profane connection has been established with all the 8 witches completing the Enneagram. However, not currently usable, requires awakening. I understand. I'll wait till sister finds me some, and I'll do my best to awaken soon, but being able to transform my world, it will sounds very enjoyable. I could make a great place for my family and friends. Notice profane sealing has been altered successfully. With such a strong sealing power, not even my sister would dare meddle with me, not like Aurora would anyway, but someone as strong as her could be sealed away if necessary. Notice endless growth, cap, and awakening have transformed successfully, retaining their names but becoming solely yours. As soon as the voice finishes, the aura around me subdues and I regain full control of my body, and then I walk around while feeling my mana recharging quite fast. The power of love was it. Adorable witch sure has cute ideas. In front of me, I discern a blue-haired girl in the middle of the circle that seems to be abnormally focused on something, not noticing me. Adorable. I shout at her and she stares back at me, halting what she was doing. Master Iris. As usual, she gets up and glomps me, making us both fall on the snow while being embraced in her arms. Like I promised, I'm back, I smile happily while gently patting her hair. It seems like everything was successful. To think must I interrupt her and say, just Iris is enough, we're family, and you need a name. I thought very hard on one since I met you, in fact, a name for all of you, and yours shall be Anastasia. And title, well, there's only one title that could fit someone like you, the Adorable Witch. Status: Anastasia the Adorable Witch. Class Witch. Master Iris. Health 11701170, Mana 37003700. Parameters: the Master Ones. Titles: the Master Ones. Skills: the Master Ones. Conditions to awaken. Receive a flower from the Master. Tears instantly ran down her eyes, followed by loud crying as she was overjoyed and couldn't help herself but cry. There, everything's alright Anastasia, it seems I'm a step closer to awakening the other 7 witches, though I still have a long way to go still. After a while, the blue-haired girl, after regaining her composure, says, are you having fun learning swordsmanship? Yes, Teacher Ray is overpowered. I'm currently trying to improve in the control of mana with my body, so I came to this world to replenish it. Masa, a flustered expression appeared on her face as she did her best to call me by my name. Iris, you. What I want to say is, that I've been unlocking some skills for you, and I've released the last witch's seal as a result. Their seal? What do you mean with that? Before I met you I was the ritual mastery. Once you learned that skill, the seal that was locking me was released. As such, I've been doing similar for the leftover ones, which in total, counting with me, make 8. Interesting. That means the max of sisters I'll have are 8, well it does match the Enneagram, so you kind of already knew it. I smile happily and then push her away softly so we can both sit on the snow. Once we do, we resume the conversation. Chapter 119, Training Arc. Let us have a look. Status. Notice status currently disabled. It'll take a while till I finish configuring it, please be patient, Babel Witch. Understood, just Iris for you two is enough, you've been with me since the beginning, after all, one way or another at least. Notice understood Iris. I currently can't see that information, so what skills did you unlock for me? Even though you're still far from awakening, I've used internal information to bypass a few of your future skills, therefore I've unlocked 2 Babel skills, they'll be available to you once the class level goes a bit higher. Well, if I can't use them, might as well wait for when I get to see them. Yes, that's without a doubt one option. Meanwhile, you train with that sword master, I'll be starting to unlock the skills of your class so that you don't need to spend skill points. She places her hands on both cheeks, checking how hot they are. That does sound like a plan. I currently have a lot to think about with all the changes that happened today as well as the training I must undergo. It'll take quite a while till I'm able to put everything to good use, I suspect. The new skills that the 8 witches alongside your disgraceful cursed soul are especially dangerous and shouldn't be used lightly, can bring big consequences to this world. What should I do related to them? I think Masir, her face becomes super red with all the mistakes making her look down to the snow. Iris should first grow up a bit more so that one day you have a strong magical and intellectual base. In other words, growing up will help. Teacher Ray did say something similar, how my base was lacking and that overdoing it could end up into losing everything. I look to her blue eyes, noticing they're darker than Aurora ones, and then at the snow where she's starting it. I grab some of the snow with both hands and place a bit of each in her cheeks to help her cool down from all the embarrassment Anastasia must be feeling, to the point of almost looking like she'll have a fever. Iris hands on my cheeks. Ah! She lets out a small shout and faints on the snow. I burst laughing loudly at the situation with all my heart and then let myself fall behind on top of the fluffy ground. Ah! It truly has been quite the trip to this day. I'll do my best to grow as powerful as I can to obtain my wish, to be truly happy. As soon as I finish saying that, a bunch of different tones resounds in my mind. The 8 of us will do our best to make your wish come true. I smile happily and then get up. I'll be returning now and keep on training. I'll drop by every now and then to pay you a visit and replenish mana. Take care of them meanwhile, Anastasia. The girl goes to a sitting position and then changes to one kneeling, where she places the left knee forward, the left arm on top of it facing her right hip, and lowers her head. I'll be waiting. Iris. I smile cutely at her and then leave towards the mirror. Upon reaching it, a similar yet different mechanical voice resounds in my mind. Notice status has been configured successfully, and to avoid the mess from before, I've resumed everything and split it into some parts. Thus from now on, think about what you wish to see and it'll appear. Due to the unique tier, it's also cost-free. That's insane. Great work status, thank you for all the support you've been providing me. Notice with pleasure Iris. Let's see, skill points. Skill points 2. Oh. I understand, yes this will certainly make things a lot easier, show me the skill list in total. Babel Witchcraft Skill Tree. Actives. Destiny cards once per day can use a random card out of a 22 deck that will bring a catastrophe into the world for a limited time or till a condition is met, grave consequences. Dark Alchemy crafting potions with limited effects and that only last for so long, starts at 10%, 0.5% per level. Mana Shield 0.25% damage is absorbed to MP instead of HP, 0.25% per level. Drain HP absorbs 1 HP per minute from enemies around healing itself, plus 1 per level. Decay it'll rot slowly something it touches, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magic Analysis can analyze the properties of the magic, of a magic circle, or the area itself, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Curses, it requires casting time, the higher the proficiency the faster it'll be. Frog may transform the target into a frog for a period of time, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Delirium makes the target have a random illusion for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Mute makes it so that they can't speak for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Blind makes it so that the vision for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Deafen makes it so that the hearing for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Taste makes it so that they lose palate for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Smell makes it so that they lose the sense of smell for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Paralysis paralyzes a random part of the body, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Fear induces fear towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Confusion causes confusion towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Rituals, require spending mana to create a magical circle, needs tremendous amounts of mana, can accumulate every day. Memory loss makes targets inside the magical circle lose some memories, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Sleep makes targets inside the magical circle fall asleep, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Snow falling due to ice element snow will fall, everywhere that snows will be Iris mana territory, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Cursing objects a random curse will be applied in an object, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Taint it'll taint users inside the magical circle in some way, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magical barrier defends a place inside a magical circle from magic damage. Physical barrier defends a place inside a magical circle from physical damage. Detection barrier detects anything that enters inside a magical circle. Babel Arts. Grimoire possession links oneself with the grimoire to use pandemonium skills. May affect personality while in use. Grimoire renouncing unlinks oneself with the grimoire. Pandemonium skill unlearned. Pandemonium skill unlearned. Pandemonium skill unlearned. Passives. Babel mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. May affect personality. Grimoire mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. May affect personality. Witchcraft increases the whole skill tree proficiency by 0.1%, per level. May affect personality. Curses mastery increases curse chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Rituals mastery increases ritual chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Dark alchemy mastery increases alchemy chance by 0.2%, per level. May affect personality. Magic control increases specified proficiency by 0.25%, per level. Magic attack increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic defense increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic knowledge increases intelligence by 1 per level. Charm increases charm by 1, attracts generally the opposite gender, 1 per level. MP absorption if damaged by an enemy magical skill heal MP by 0.25% of its total mana cost, 0.25%, per level. Fire mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Water mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Earth mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Air mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Nature mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Poison mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Acid mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Ice mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Explosion mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Lightning mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Spirit mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Summoning mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Light mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Dark mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Time mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Space mastery increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. I want to acquire magic attack and magic defense passives. Notice skills successfully learned, status updated. I suppose the normal voice lines from before still match, that's cute and familiar. Notice only in this world can I keep speaking freely, since in the other world the system is something else, and I lack privileges. It can't be helped, which means you're partly my skill and something else entirely, maybe someone that belongs to this world alone. Notice a system of sorts. Well, that is fine. As long as you're on our side, you're more than welcome to be part of this world. I take a step further, entering the mirror appearing outside the dojo near a tree where I was before. I can't cope with the magic and mirror side as I am right now, so I'll just keep on training with Ray and surpass him. After that, I feel like awakening will be a lot closer to happen. Speaking of which, is teacher class an awakened one perhaps? After charging some more mana, I allow myself to take a step forward, slowly but surely, after multiple times while doing my best each time till I run out of mana and end up feeling double the fatigue from before. I might be able to recover mana, but my body can't keep up with it. I really do have a long way till I have a strong enough base. No point in rushing, either could cause permanent damage that the healing of this world wouldn't solve. The destruction of the mana veins we have inside ourselves, or even get mana sick from having more mana than my maximum capacity, which in the mirror world is easy to achieve if I'm not careful. First weeks were lessons by Ray teaching me about many ways where we humans could die other than age, even though most of them were either natural diseases or some caused by insects, beasts, and monsters. Survival of the fittest is what teacher calls this world. He fought a lot of enemies, but most of the time was obsessed improving swordsmanship, to the point of sleeping and never letting go of the two swords. I was even surprised he lent them to me for the tournament. I wonder if this was the training Sylvia also went through. My teacher doesn't talk much about that woman. Since the day she abandoned the training for marriage, it was a shame, as the talent was the real thing, and it had been a great investment, having never met anyone else equal, what Ray referred as 1 in a million talent, which in this world that would easily mean 1 human per generation. With teacher elderly age, with the small possibility of him dying, I'm the last chance of succeeding all his work and reaching the place where he wanted to be. I don't know if I'm as talented as Alicia, who became a hero sort of recently, and has probably been sleeping and living with swords, but I'll do my best. Be it either in the path of the sword or on the path of magic. If I can, I'll master both and surpass both the Sword Master Ray and the Elemental Master Ryan, owner of the Magic Institute. Together they make up the two great prodigies of our century, both excelling their own paths, and the one I wish to walk lies beyond surpassing both. Once I'm done with Teacher Ray, I'll open a shop to help parents with money. Being noble by name, doesn't mean we have the financial resources we'd like. And it seems Mother, despite her age, is still trying to get at least one more sibling, which I can't wait to meet, so the more money the merrier. After that, if I'm successful, I'll either go adventuring or ask for lessons at the Magic Institute. With the recommendation letter, it should be fairly easy to get it. Hey Blondie, what are you still doing on the ground, trying to catch a cold and die from sickness? Upon hearing these words, I get up from there and face Ray, who looks rather wasted. Been drinking again? Sometimes you just do what you got to do, and in my case is drinking merrily, he starts laughing while taking tipsy steps almost falling, and despite that Ray doesn't use the swords as a walking stick, in fact, often would his face fall on the floor getting himself hurt than dirtying the swords. I really don't get your love for those two weapons. They are. He does a hiccup and then says, special beings, all of them, if you can listen to them, and another one, there's nothing you won't be able to cut. Are you perhaps admitting that you can talk with them, teacher? I made a puzzled expression trying to understand what he means. I wish I could, to learn their story, and the truth of my demise. He falls beating his face on the ground. Ugh, here we go again. I carry him inside to the bed on the first floor of his small house. I then pull the linens up after placing the swords carefully next to him as he has nightmares if they're too far, believe it or not. Like this, you should be fine, have a good rest teacher. Teacher often while drunk talks about his demise, more specifically the reason why he became a fallen noble, but sadly, I haven't got the chance to know the truth. I feel like Ray doesn't know it either. What could have possibly happened that would make him go so low that he'd lose such an important rank? I stare at him quietly with curiosity. Chapter 120 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 72 of the flowering season, at the entrance of the dojo 2 people could be seen seated. So Iris, you're saying that there's someone who considers himself to be the strongest assassin in the world? Yes, Master Ray, he's been tasked to keep me safe even though I'm with you, so I don't really feel in danger. That Isabella woman is pretty delicate with her inaudible steps. I wonder just how good is this man you're talking about. I smile happily at that and then respond, can't be helped teacher, there's always someone stronger out there as the world is quite vast, the reason why I want to be the strongest one. At least motivation and a firm goal you don't lack. He starts laughing while looking at the sky above us. I have a request teacher Ray. I look at him with a serious expression which he takes notice, gazing lower at me. What is it, Blondie? Once I surpass you, you must promise to quit drinking, and tell me how you became a fallen noble. I say as seriously as possible, to what he replies rather calmly, sure, that's a good reward, even though I expected you to ask for my swords. I guess you're nicer than I thought. I start laughing, and after a while, I take a quick look around me, eventually gazing at my teacher. I could never steal your precious swords from you, plus I want to master one-handed swordsmanship. I need one of my hands always free. You do for what? He asks curiously, staring at my open hand. Since my left arm is slightly stronger than my right one, I'll use the sword with it, and a magical weapon on my right one is the style I believe that could fit me the best. I suppose in the future, I could buy you a short staff to increase your magical attack. It also helps with conducting your mana easier. A staff, maybe I could use it to smack people's heads the way you did on mine the other day with the sword. As soon as I finish, we stare at each other, bursting with laughter. Ah, you're really a foolish girl, Iris. I might indeed be a fool, but at the very least, everything I do is with my happiness in sight. That's the reason you wish to become stronger, to be happy? Yes, protecting my happiness, and for that, I'll certainly need an overwhelming power. How about you, teacher? Why did you wish to become stronger? Back then my noble family fell off the rose top 8 due to the loss of a great investment where my parents were tricked by the head of the Grey House. As such, instead of buying random things, they decided to fully support me with everything they could, ultimately giving me a strong base which I started refining. But of course, even then I wasn't strong enough, and the world made sure to show it to me. As such, things that I'll tell you in the future happened, and my family fell off the charts. I understand. To think someone tricked his parents, but looking at how old he is, the parents must already be dead. In other words, the current head is that person's successor, so not my place to meddle. I get up and charge my legs with mana. I can now hold 40 of it as I walk, and upon doing so, seems like you've been improving slightly faster than I expected you to do. Keep it up, Iris. Walking is the first real step babies take after crawling. It sure is like that. As I spend my mana slowly with each step, Ray tells me something rather interesting. That sister of yours is rather eccentric. The speech she made recently, I received a copy of it, and I couldn't help but wanting to fight some goblins after reading it. My sister's speech hadn't that been a long time ago, before the annual tournament even. Apparently she made a new soul one to the great masses, instantly spurring a lot of humans' inner emotions. Dare to know about it? Of course, but read it for me, as I'm currently having a tough time handling mana. He began laughing and then started reading it for me. They say destruction only comes at the hand of the powerful, thus the strong can't help but extend their hands and break those around themselves. Do not forget that through the entire story of this world, it is mentioned that the weakest can't help but cower in fear, for when those who are born superior decide to tear us apart, and steal from us everything we have, we end up with nothing but the darkness of death and the poverty of our souls. We've faced every possible defeat before the system was implemented, as the different races were born unequally, but even then ours was since birth inadequate, and utterly weaker compared to those around us. He senses my mana going out of control sometimes while reading it. That was quite something, Teacher Ray. I say, rather excited and surprised by the words used. It was the beginning, but it was an amazing start that would instantly make us humans feel extremely weak, which in a way is not absolutely right, since not all of us are this powerless. It was a manipulative speech right from the beginning to pull the dark side of humans out. I then defended my sister's speech. That would be true if there existed a human capable of defeating every other being on their own, but from what Teacher Ray told me, that was not the case. He started laughing, remembering some peculiar opponents. Well, perhaps she's not absolutely wrong. He notices a happy smile appearing on my expression as soon as his words end. Still, that sister of yours is pretty charismatic, aside from already being a good leader, perhaps even good enough to rule the kingdom. Aurora the Queen, that would be quite strange, as she's not really into nobility, dislikes them even. Yet she's become one. Isn't that rather contradicting, Blondie? That was the only way she could become the general of the army due to social class strife, so it can't be helped. The truth is not that one, my dumb student, he chuckles, confusing me. What do you mean by that? The great existence Rizia, a peasant who never stopped being one. In other words, Aurora chose to ascend to nobility. My mana goes out of control and then I retract it, stopping the training as I can no longer focus. You have a long way to go, Iris. If it was in the middle of a fight and someone told you something like this, you would no longer be able to control your mana, resulting in your death. That's not part of the bases I taught you. Apologies, teacher, but why the hell did she become a noble if that wasn't necessary? I shout rather angrily, startling my teacher, who didn't expect these emotions. To make an example for further peasants, showing that they too can ascend in the future to come, marking this a new era to fight the social classes gap, and possibly invoking the desires of such peasants to join her army, allowing the Prince Julius to become the ruler. My emotions instantly go back to normal and I resume my training. I understand she's aiming for some sort of equality towards all humans. Once I start controlling my mana once more, I hear something unpleasant. You could perceive it like that. Yes, that girl is very odd. You should be wary of her. With a subtle coldness spreading from my gaze, I take a few steps facing my teacher and then my lips move. She's my sister. I won't tolerate disrespect towards my family. It seems like my taunting worked. A cold emotion is what you need to control that aura easier. You just took 4 steps, barely losing any mana. He laughs while pointing at my legs. Plus it was just a prank. I don't really care about a child. The only kid that is of my concern is you, my successor. Also, you're a weakling. If I'd like, I could badmouth your entire family and friends, and you wouldn't be able to lay even a finger on me. You are trash. Now go back training, so at least in the future you might have a chance to talk with me in such a tone. He laughs the entire conversation, throwing it away, to which I let it be since his words are rightful and I can't do anything about it. With a low tone I reply coldly, just you wait, I'll master this in no time and show you who the weak one is. Yes, exactly, that's the spirit. Don't forget that emotion while you train this, it'll help you a lot in the future. Finding the person trigger is easily the hardest thing, but to think hers would be such a simple one. With this, as long as she cannot be happy, she'll go a lot faster. Ironically, it's the opposite of her wish. A coincidence perhaps? No, that can't be so. This world works in a unique way. In other words, her true nature, a second one ice element which is essentially cold. That could be the case. Both siblings seem to be rather interesting. Chapter 121 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 76 of the flowering season, inside the dojo a girl training could be found. Make sure you always take a step forward when you wave the sword down. It'll not only increase your range but also allow your body to create more strength. Make sure you put your back into it and keep using both hands. Your arms need to grow equally strong. Teacher sure picked quite the heavy wooden sword. He bought a lot of different ones, some lighter, shorter, larger, and he's making me wave all of them for a while now. It looks to me that your body reacts the best to a sword held by 2 hands, which is a shame since you don't want such swordsmanship. Sadly, to be able to excel in both I'd need to be able to retain my right hand free, but I can still learn how to wield a short sword with both hands even if I end up using only one. The path I thought for you is harder than Sylvia's one since she focused on swords like I did. As such, I've been making you have physical and magical training. If you use the mana you've been training for the past days in your leg when you take a step forward, in fact, try it and see for yourself the difference. A path only for myself. That sounds rather interesting, but will it allow me to surpass both teacher and your student? Yes, of course, if you manage to learn both, that is, it will also require a longer time, but then you'll at least have a great base which you'll be able to improve on your own through fighting and training. I'll take on your challenge then. I charge 100 mana on my left leg while raising the sword above my head with the tip directed backward and take a step forward while allowing it to slash in front of me. Once the feet fall, I feel incredibly stable with my mana serving as a foothold and the sword curves without any issue. My teacher then starts clapping lightly and then says, "Now imagine if you used mana coating on your hands and weapon while doing that." In the weapon I understand, but what would the hands change? Well, look at your own. Upon his words I stare at them, noticing their sort of red, slightly swollen. Would an outer layer of mana enable them to conserve the skin properly? Of course, but it would also allow the sword to not slip, and even if an enemy parried it, would allow you to become able to grab it tighter without hurting yourself in the process, as long as the mana lasted, of course. Let's see what I can do about that. I pour mana on my hands, left leg, and then restart the stance. Once I resume it, everything flows with great control, losing a bit of the energy I used to cover everything. Is there any point in not just using all this mana for a spell to defeat the opponent rather easier? Upon my words, Ray's eyebrow went up and then he grabbed a wooden sword. Magic and weapons exist equally. What you can do with one thing, can't do with the other, and using mana to coat yourself, if you have good control you don't waste it, but by turning it into an element or a skill, you lose the entirety of the value. As such, it can be said that this hard path allows the user to have their mana last a lot longer, especially since we recover it quite slow. He covered his hands and legs with mana different than mine, as I notice something strange in his, and he does the same stance and motion I did, and as soon as the sword finishes the trajectory he stops it firmly, and a snap sound resounds the dojo. What was that? I made the sword slide through wind, splitting it in two momentarily, and the space behind it that was left behind the motion was probably the sound of it. At my max speed I can even create a wind wave without relying on the wind element. Not entirely sure about the theory behind it, but I believe it is the wind propagating and accelerating at such a speed that sound comes from it. That's simply incredible. I go in awe with the demonstration, finding myself incredibly motivated to pursue his teachings. It doesn't quite matter how many statuses we have, Iris, if we can't grasp and use them properly. This world status shows our potential and maximum amount of it with numbers. For example, having 1000 strength, but doesn't mean we can use that much without proper training. Same for everything else. From what you told me, you spent most of your points, if not all, in wisdom. In other words, you should now be able to sense the lack of control you have when applying it directly to your body. In other words, I shouldn't just focus on what status numbers show me, but instead train myself to excel at the different parameters it has, and try to surpass them. Well, I don't think surpassing them is possible since they are the current max. In your case, with the titles you got, might be already more than what your body can handle. You'd need quite the blessings from the gods to reach such a stage. He started laughing loudly while imagining it. I have a few, but I don't know if any would help with that. As soon as I tell him that, he stops laughing and looks seriously at me with some doubts running inside his mind. What do you mean by that, Iris? Now to review the names. Status: Cursed Skills. Cursed Unidentified Skill, Mirror level 17, Soul Manifestation, Endless Growth, Endless Cap, Endless Awakening, Profane Sealing, Profane Connection. From what I can see in the personal data type of skill, I have Endless Growth, Endless Cap, and Endless Awakening. The wooden sword falls off his hand while he makes a dumbfounded expression. This girl, she can grow endlessly. Is this the reason why everything I teach her is learned faster than when I self-learned and self-discovered? Not really sure what the other two would do, but they should contribute to her in some way. In fact, how did she get 3 different blessings? Well, doesn't matter too much, as long as she can succeed me, that's everything I care for. Don't be lazy, Blondie, keep training because you still have an 80-year gap to close till you can reach me. He starts laughing, provoking me. I'll close such a distance in no time. I shout angrily while resuming the training with a determined expression, focusing on my body and mana, which allows Ray's smile to go past unaware. Get stronger fast, kiddo. The enemies of humanity won't wait for you to get stronger. I might have to pay a visit to the front lines soon. A dangerous glaring could be seen on his old wasted face. The killing pressure doesn't really make it easier to focus, teacher. Upon hearing my complaint, he leaves the dojo without saying anything, leaving me to my own training. Seems like Ray was upset with something. Was it something I said, or did probably one of his old memories striking again? I channel mana through my body and start taking a few steps while maintaining a cold composure. After ruormeing my body a bit, I start waving my sword the way he taught me. After 30 mana slashes, a familiar voice resounds in my mind. Notice the skill sword posture has been acquired. System the title swordsmanship has been received. System the title sword series has been received. Surprised I only received the title now after training for so long, perhaps for having 3 skills with sword name and it would certainly make some sense. I've run out of mana, but I don't feel too tired yet. Guess I'll keep on waving the sword. I can at the very least keep improving my posture with the sword even if I don't use mana. Not sure what the skill will give me, but by the name some sort of control or stability which will certainly be of help. After a few hours of carefully waving the sword without spending any mana, I take a few steps to the side and allow myself to lay on the wooden floor of the dojo to rest as the spot I was is sweaty. Soon after Ray walks in and stares down at me, too tired to walk again. I should be able to but the floor feels good. Once my words entered his ears he chuckled, then stared at my body parts noticing something. You should let your hands rest and place them on cold water or something similar, it'll help with the swelling. I'll be away for a few days, don't stop training though seeing as you are already doing it on your own, I suppose you won't be lazy. I stare at him surprised, didn't know you took notice of it, as to be expected of my teacher. He chuckles at such words and makes a serious expression, don't be slothful, it would only delay the time for you to learn new things. Yes, I understand, I promise to do my best, and I'm keeping my word. I smile proudly at myself and my exhausting efforts. Good, I'll be back later. He turns his back on me and leaves without saying anything else. Take your time teacher, and be careful, in preference avoid drinking any alcohol you find on your way. I shout happily while waving my hand as he goes. Quite the serious expression he had in him, I wonder what's bothering him. Chapter 122 Training Arc. Outside the dojo, Ray's swords start tingling in his hip, almost like asking for something out of the owner. Realizing this he moves towards the back of the house further north from it. Yes, take it easy, I can feel it too, a curious gaze of someone strong, placing himself on a drawing stance after reaching a far enough distance from the house and the dojo. A low old voice is then heard, unique skill sense, a blue mana aura expands around and ends up allowing Ray to notice a presence. Seems like the kid wasn't lying, to think there truly was someone rather talented spying on us, or rather protecting her. It seems my instincts have grown rather dull. A dark hooded man appears in front of Ray staring at him silently. I see, he really does have a good pressure to him, but nothing that I can't slice in half if necessary. The swords start shaking making the old man excited. So you're the Omar kid, why are you following my student around? I was tasked to keep her alive no matter what, fallen noble Ray, I believe our interests align in that sense. He focuses on Ray's swords who look are acting weird for mere weapons, reminding him of when the red book teeth shook. A bad omen is it I suppose this ain't a man I'm meant to fight either, first that girl Aurora and now this old man. This world truly is filled with talented humans. A faint smile crossed his face which remained hidden beneath the shadow of the black hood. With a cold tone Ray imposed on Omar, as much as what you say is true, I would still be rather happier if I didn't have a pair of eyes permanently looking at us, plus I'm more than enough to keep that girl safe. That doesn't compete for you to decide, I will end my mission when I'm ordered to do so. The man clicks the tongue then vanishes into stealth. Running away, are we unique skill 7 sword arts, 4th move, the thunder. Upon unsheathing the sword a bolt of lightning projected from the sword falls where Omar had just been before going into stealth. After waiting a bit for some sort of response, Ray sheaths it back again after spitting on the floor. The guy's quite fast at running away and hiding. This is why I don't like assassins, freaking cheap assholes. Omar, who had escaped barely in time having the rope sleeve on the right arm burnt to charcoal, looked at the old man from afar. What a scary human, it seems like the one has found quite the teacher. He smiled happily keeping himself in silence to not hint his location at Ray. Upon returning close to the dojo as he didn't want anything to do with Ray, Omar ended up realizing that the girl was once again missing. This would happen from time to time which would let him dumbfounded every time, but due to the existence of the old man, entering the dojo was without a doubt off limits, as setting foot in a training area constantly used by a master, wouldn't allow his life to be spared even with stealth. The tiniest creak the wooden floor or wall could do, the motion of the door or window opening, and of course the unique skill sense which allowed to find prey, were all deadly signs to stay away. These disappearances by the one should be the reason why it took a while to find her with the item. Is she perhaps able to make her body vanish even as a stealth user? I know for sure that's not the case, at least not 100%, while this skill can in ways be found cheap, it has plenty of weaknesses. Whatever she uses, feels to be on another level, almost like a higher plane of existence. Wait a minute, the prophecy says the one will lead us into a new world, does she have something like that? No, that would be impossible, no human would have a realm of their own, at best they could own a dimensional space due to the item bag, and that doesn't allow living species to be inside unless they're already dead. That place she's meant to take us is already being paved by the war, soon we'll control the territories of the goblins and get a place for our allies to live in. It'll be a bit hard to protect Iris if I keep losing track of the child this way. A few moments earlier when Iris noticed Ray leaving. I take the chance to get up and enter the mirror, once on the other side I bury my hands in the snow. Ah, this feels truly pleasant, can almost feel my hands recovering from the swollen and calluses. I make an aroused expression at the pleasure this sensation proportionate my mind getting my cheeks slightly blushed. The space around me looks really small with all these void walls enclosing the space due to my soul being small, status soul. Soul 1754. Should be around a kilometer per thousand soul quantity, at least from what I can tell, it's hard to calculate by eye alone. I lay on the ground burying my face in the fluff of the snow cooling down from all my thoughts. Just from doing this alone every time I come around, my cold and ice resistance skills tend to increase some levels, even if they're getting kind of slower nowadays, and my shorts and short sleeve shirts not being good for cold. It's very strange how there are only piles of snow everywhere, I'd expect some trees or even stones, but there's truly nothing else. Iris. Anastasia, I take my face off the snow looking at her with a red face from the cold. What do you think you're doing? You'll catch a cold like that. She shouts at me while forcing me to dress her black robe with a white Enneagram star on the back. Not that long ago I bought 10 of them for myself, the 8 witches, and Aurora to wear. It was their idea to make us all feel part of something. Even though we're already part of this circle, I look at it, and then above it. A white Enneagram star with a circle around it on top of the snow, or rather, the drawings of doesn't have any of the white fluff, that emptiness is what composes the symbol. A light blue aura extends all around, glued itself to the void walls. The bigger my soul the more this aura expands, with the continuous mana being provided by Anastasia. Speaking of which, I push some of the snow off my body and get up, then my eyes gaze upon her. Any notice of the other witches without intending to, I end up voicing myself with a tone of authority, and due to that the adorable witch bows lightly with a serious expression in front of me, replying in a calm tone, I've only spoken to them about random subjects, as they all anticipate your great awakening, Babel Witch, Master Iris. She stares at me unfazed. Is Iris okay? Master feels a little conflicted today. Feeling a bit flustered from my own tone and words, I walk towards the circle sitting on the spot that was decided to be mine, the one furthest to the left, and then I signal with a kind smile for Anastasia to sit next to me, which she quickly does, plus once she's close we hold hands. If I'm not mistaken, it was something like cursed skill profane connection. I question myself in doubt and then a screen appears in front of me. Profane connection level 2. Connect to the witches. Connect to the system. Connect to the witches please. Suddenly I feel my mind connecting to the soul stones around me on top of each perfectly spot around the entire circle. The tones start resounding in my mind and then it becomes clear, finding a balance on its own. Hello, can you all hear me? Familiar tones start resounding on my mind such as demonic, evil, charming, sleepy, and adorable ones. Master Iris. It's been so long. I hope you girls have been doing well. I apologize for taking so long to awaken, but it seems it'll take a lot more. Currently mastering swordsmanship and magic, it'll still take a while to master both. An energetic tone then resounds in my mind. No matter how long it takes, we'll wait. Do your best, Master Iris, at a speed of 2000% the normal. We're here to support you. I giggle. That does sound full of energy, all right. The different tones fill the connection with laughter. System, the title connection has been received. System, the title connected series has been received. The system voice resonates on our call, causing all sorts of static noise which causes an evil tone to complain. Tell the system to go kindly fuck himself, damn it. I start laughing loudly and then gaze upon the soul stone that belongs to such a being, imagining the way my body would act, and somehow actually perceiving the image and taking it as reality. I can see you. System, the title Demented has been received. Due to the title name, I realize it was only an illusion and the image disappears almost like it was never there in the first place. That was quite unusual. I cackle in a saddened tone. A warm tone then resonates on my mind through the connection. Cheer up, Iris. You are you. No matter what happens to your mind, we'll always be there to keep you safe. Am I going crazy? I ask with some curiosity and a touch of sorrow, letting my voice echo through the white plain. An innocent tone almost as cute as the adorable one starts a little explanation. In a way, you are kind of in the middle of nowhere, under a snowstorm, filled with nothing but white, in a world overwhelming for the body you currently possess, and the worst is probably that you're talking to no one. I start cackling madly, and then when I get a hold of my sanity back I remind myself of something. Wasn't my brainwash resistance maxed then? How is this world or whatever affecting my mental health? Perhaps the cursed class, or the use of the cursed skill not to forget you're speaking with fellow cursed existences. You might have not noticed, dear Iris, but you've stopped being yourself ever since the day you choose the witch class among many possibilities. What do you mean there was only that class? I shout, losing the sense of reality and fabrication, feeling that a piece of me has shattered through this conversation alone. No, not at all, Master Iris. Was it not you who chose that class before all others? No one but you, solely you, exclusively you, ultimately you. You tied your path the moment you gave up on searching for other options, and this is the price. We are the price. Your sister class is the price. Everything is a consequence of your acts. A graceful sound of a giggle from an innocent tone echoes in my mind. Ah! My body and voice react on their own by laughing wickedly and shaking slightly, and then without the voices expecting it. Yes, that was the path I choose, and I don't regret it. It may have not been the best decision, however, it was the one who gave my sister Aurora something she desired from the bottom of her heart, and it also allowed me to have a bigger family, you girls. As such, I welcome all the curses this life may inflict upon all of me, and I'll beat every single one of them. Clapping sounds echoed through my mind together with crying and laughter. Chapter 123 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 81 of the flowering season in Tun Village. Sometimes taking a break feels quite nice, like going to the marketplace and buy groceries to cook with. Today is one of such amazing ones, even though I can't shake the gaze I receive all the time, which makes the world beyond the mirror the most comfortable place to be. Hello ma'am, good morning, I'd like to buy 2 red fishes please. Oh, how educated, I wish my children could be like you. A cursed human down to the core. I giggle softly and stare deep into her eyes. I'm certain your children will grow fantastically, just keep pouring some of that motherly love, it's the perfect potion one could drink. My goddess, what a truly kind child. Here, take these 2, they're the best catch of today. She places the fish inside my straw bag. Thank you very much for such kindness, I hope Arya will pay you. I walk away from the stand into the rest of the market while waving goodbye to the kind lady that's not far from my mother age. Take care, young girl, do your best to be happy. Happiness, yes, she's right. Since I was born, that's the one thing I sought from the despair of my past life, a great joy for being alive and having my dear parents treating me so warmly, and later with the addition of Aurora, who started our rather coldly, slowly became a real sister to me. I place the bag on the floor and slap my cheeks with both hands, hurting myself in the process. Notice 30 health has been deducted. System, the title Masochist has been received. System, the title Pervert Series has been received. Oh my god, system, are you for real? I burst with laughter as a normal kid would from this stupidity, scaring those around me, eventually stopping after shedding a few tears, reviving myself up. Aw man, that was surely something else. What's so funny, girl with the mysterious hair? A childish voice questions me, and then I turn around, meeting a child a little taller than me, which I end up gazing at for a while. I've never seen such a beautiful skin tone before, it reminds me of that obsidian. Thank you. I notice a slight blush on the boy's cheeks, which makes me smile happily. You're very welcome. I'm Iris, how about you? I'm surprised you know what an obsidian is, and I'm Maverick. My teacher actually teased me for not knowing the different gems used for necklaces, so he took me to an expensive-looking shop some days ago to have a look at them. His dark blue eyes stare at my green ones with curiosity. That's uncommon, yet an easy way to go about it, I suppose. Also, why do you have such weird hair and eyes color? What? Are they weird? I make a sad expression, feeling insecure while thinking they were cute till now from what friends and family told me. Feeling flustered and embarrassed, the boy raises the voice. I mean they're unique. Cute even, it's just I hadn't seen such colors before, so it was quite the surprise for me. Oh, thank you, I smile kindly, and then ending up smelling the fishes inside the bag, I start walking to the next stand, leaving Maverick behind, who decides to chase after me. Where are you going? Upon catching up to me, he gasps for air. How is she so fast? Younger than me for sure, but quite the physical aptitude. Hello sir, I'd like to buy some potatoes. I then gaze at the boy next to me. Shopping as you can see, did you need anything? Good morning child, How many would you like to get? Around 10 big ones, it should be enough. I open a different bag and the man starts throwing them inside with some cautiousness. What are you going to use so many potatoes? And the curious boy keeps up with the questions. I'll be cooking a meal. Why? I gaze back to the shopkeeper. Thank you. How much will it be? 600 bronze coins will do, missy, as I take the necessary money from my shorts left pocket. 60 coins per potato isn't a bad price, it varies a bit depending on the season we're in. Do you need help with the bags? Here you go, sir. I give him the coins and then turn to the boy next to me. Sorry Maverick, I can handle it myself, but thank you. I walk onto the opposite stall who is selling vegetables. Upon getting there, hello, good morning, I'd like a cabbage, an onion, and a lettuce please. Hello Iris, it has been a while since the last time you dropped by. Have you been taking good care of that old drunkard grandfather of yours? Yes, of course, he's doing well, Miss Lilia, though I'd hope Grandpa would drink less alcohol and behave a bit better, but can't be helped, some habits are just plain hard to change. I understand, hun. Here you go, the greenest I have left. Make him a soup with some water and potatoes, I'm sure it'll be good for both. Thank you so much, I'll do as you suggest. I smile happily while Maverick listens to the whole conversation, and then the miss adds, how about you, boy, are you going to buy anything, or you're just bothering the little girl? With an awkward expression, Maverick gazes to the ground after being shouted at without knowing what to say, and then grips the hands and looks at her. I was just passing by when I ended up randomly meeting her. Yes, don't worry Miss Lilia, Maverick a new friend. Speaking of which, have you eaten yet? I'm about to make some lunch for my grandfather if you'd like to join us. Sure. I'd love to join you too. Kids. Lilia smiles watching over both. Have a good day and take good care, Iris. See you soon Miss Lilia. See you Iris and Maverick, take care of your new friend, I'll be keeping my eyes on you, boy. Sure. I'll do my best. This time he replies happily without feeling any pressure from the lady. Kid adapts fast, she giggles lightly staring at us walk away. A little while later I place the ingredients on top of a stone balcony in front and placing the potatoes and a knife on top of the wooden table behind me. Do peel those for me, will you, Maverick? Sure, I'll do my best. Sounds good. As soon as I start washing the lettuce, I hear a loud scream behind me which makes me instantly turn around startled. Are you okay? I gaze upon the deep large cut he made picking a cloth and then putting it around the hand. Have you ever peeled potatoes before? With an awkward and hurtful expression, Maverick looks down to the injury, panicking as the boy's head nods to the sides, and then while holding my left hand on the cloth to staunch the blood flowing from the wound, I use the right one to pat his short brown hair, calming him the best I can. Everything's okay, it'll stop soon. Here, make some pressure on it while I do the cooking. Ah, sure, thank you Iris, and sorry for being useless. Don't worry, I also cut myself plenty of times, but I slowly improved. It's a matter of time till you learn to do these things. He smiles while I'm focused on cutting the lettuce in big pieces while washing them. Once I'm done I place them on a big pot with some water and start boiling it, and then sit on the table peeling the potatoes as fast as I can, resulting on a swift motion with barely any mistakes. Then I wash the naked potatoes, cut them in half and drop half of them on the pot. The rest of them I place them on a metal tray and start handling the fish, which makes Maverick make a disgusted expression while looking at the clean cut in the middle of the fish belly from the hole where it pees to the neck without opening the sides, making the blood, entrails, and guts flow outside. Then I slice with some strength, splitting the head from the body, and an eyeball rolls down to the floor, making him almost puke. Lastly, I wash the fish insides while taking any leftover guts and place them on the trail along with the potatoes. I drop a bit of salt on the potatoes and place the metal board inside the oven, then I drop an extra amount of salt inside the pot and close it with the lid. We chat to pass time. So are you from Tun Village? My eyes gaze at the expensive clothing he's wearing. No, I live a bit closer to the capital in the northwest, but due to war, we ended up dropping here before meeting Prince Marty. Royalty is it? Sounds like you'll have a tough time ahead of you. A tough time? He gazes curiously at me while holding the question inside. How about you, Iris? Have you always lived here as a peasant, I suppose? Yes, I mean, not since my birth but for a while now at least. I stare at the table for a moment. In the end my clothes do seem pretty normal compared to his green and white attire. Might have gotten a noble rank from Aurora achievements, however, I rather not show it off. It just doesn't suit me, don't believe it ever did, and makes me disgusted just thinking about it. My past life, ugh. Makes sense, that smaller wooden house next to this one, was it a storehouse? He asks with a kind, noticing my strange expression as I think. I'd call it a dojo, I think that's what my grandfather named it, apparently a place where people practice some sort of art. Upon hearing those words he places both knuckles on top of the table and shouts excitedly, "Do you do something like that?" "Yes, I practice a bit with a wooden sword, but I'm still very weak and inexperienced compared to him." "I believe that's normal, you do look super young after all." "You don't look much older," I giggle, embarrassing him, to which he voices a complaint loudly, "Just so you know, I'm 16. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you." "That you certainly are, I'm only 9 years old, but I'm a good cooker," I stare at him, teasing him while laughing softly, making the boy feel comfortable despite it. "Well, I'm a very good archer, the son of the best sniper in the world." "That sounds pretty amazing, Maverick. You're probably forced to train very hard." "Well, I can't really say you're wrong, but at least, if I train hard, I get to visit places and sometimes tag along with my mother on trips, like this one. I end up meeting new people, mostly kids my age, which I hope I'll meet them again at a different time." He then smiles happily after telling me about it. Sounds a lot better than Alicia, who gets stuck in her mansion learning swordsmanship, though between the two I don't feel much pressure from this boy. His fingers don't have calluses either, so the effort might not be equal between the three of us. "You're lost in thought again, Iris," he points at my forehead with a finger while voicing out, making me chuckle joyfully. "Can't help it, after all, I appear to be in the presence of someone important." "Don't worry about that, I'm used to meeting all types of children, even the ones from the slums, who live completely in poverty without anything to hold onto." "Surprised your parents allow that?" I ask, gaining some curiosity towards him. "They certainly don't. I always sneak out and meet children that way, and pray inside that they won't find out, but I can't help myself. I wish to change this world one day, therefore, meeting others who may share this wish of mine." "That's very noble of you." I hoped that was the true meaning of the word noble, but sadly they all act superior. "I was mesmerized by the speech of a young girl such as yourself in the capital, her words really pierced this heart of mine." "A speech?" I ask curiously, despite knowing what he's possibly conversing about. "She's in a different army than the one my mother serves, but a little kid called Aurora, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and young like you. The main reason I approached you, since there's a bit of a similarity in the hair color. However, I was too far to know how she looked like, but I could tell how the girl truly was with the speech alone. A magnificent child like the saintess, sharing the rightful values that woman has." "You're talking like my sister is the kindest person in the world." "In a way, I wouldn't mind that was true, but there's little to that left inside of her, and possibly the remnants of it are only given to me and parents." "You don't happen to be her, right?" "Certainly not, my name is Iris after all." 3 men and a woman then barge in Ray's house, causing a ruckus. "Maverick! What are you doing in this place with a peasant?" "No, else." The mother approaches the son and pulls his right hand, forcing him to leave the place he was seated on while staring at the confused me. "It's okay, mother, I was just passing by. She didn't do anything wrong, and Iris is just a normal human like us." Upon hearing such words, the entitled mother started shouting things like, "Are you saying we're the same? Guards, punish that peasant, I'm tired of this bad behavior of you always meeting the lowborn. Didn't you learn anything?" One of the guards approaches me and pulls me upwards by the hair, forcing my body to ascend from the chair, and then delivers a punch to my stomach which makes puke almost come out from deep inside. Notice 50 health has been deducted. "Please stop, Iris did nothing wrong, she's just a little girl." "Mother, hear me." "Oh, you." He received a slap from Eliana, the head of the Green Rose family. 5 green rings left a mark on the face of the boy which didn't go unnoticed by me, understanding clearly who the noble woman was, therefore disabling me to act, as the guards were most likely on the level of the royal guards, and this woman possibly being the famous sniper. "Ugh, my hand, you're hurting me, Eliana." The mother then looked at the delicate hands of her son, become furious, and then at Iris, "Make sure she's beat to death for harming my son." I receive a punch in the left cheek close to the eye from a different man, making me moan in pain. My left eye vision has disappeared a bit, must be swelling. Filthy humans. I receive a kick in my right leg which makes me trip to the floor, hitting my head, and then I instantly cover it with both arms and hands while shaking from the pain. Notice 200 health has been deducted. I receive a kick on the chest and then another on my back, followed by a few more in random spots, making me cough blood out, dirtying the floor with it. Notice 180 health has been deducted. After taking a good beating, losing about 400 more health, one of them spits on my hair and then being left laying on the house floor, they leave with Maverick silent in tears and snot coming out of the nose. System: the title Humiliated has been received. He stares discreetly at me one last time before leaving with the rest of them, to which I let out a kind faint smile with my face swollen that doesn't go unnoticed by the boy, as if saying everything is all right. Ugh, they sure didn't go easy on me. I splash some water on my face that looks a bit swollen on the cheeks and resume the cooking. Surprised Omar didn't step in, though knowing him, he wouldn't want to cause a direct confrontation either, possibly the reason for naming himself the strongest assassin in the world, maybe the most careful one too. I chuckle, letting out a painful moan as my entire body hurts. Bad parents aren't equal to their children, but sadly for that boy, he's stuck with quite a nasty mother. I almost fought back. If it wasn't for Ray teachings, I would have certainly died after taking at least one of them with me. I spit some blood in the wash basin, where I then let water allow it to stream downwards through its drain, disappearing slowly in a small whirlpool. Status. Level 15, Experience 750-1500. Fame 4300, Disgrace 32420. Unique Class Babel Witch, Rank 3, Experience 47908000. Race Human, Name Iris, 9 years old. Health 440-1270, Mana 3850-3850. Status Points 0. Strength 325, plus 39, Stamina 77, plus 50, Agility 85, plus 45, Dexterity 119, plus 20, Intelligence 263, plus 41, Wisdom 335, plus 50. Attack 0, Magic Attack 0, Defense 0, Magic Defense 0. Soul 1754. Titles: Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Purchase, S, Wisdom, S, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, S, Soulbound, S, Element, S, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, A, Monster Slayer, D, Slime Slayer, B, Skill Mastery, A, Criminal, S, Herbs Gathered, S, Herbs Types, S, Potion Brewer, S, Potion Types, E, Status Mastery, S, Beast Slayer, C, Horned Rabbit Slayer, C, Potion Administered, F, Goblin Slayer, E, Orc Slayer, F, Assassination, S, Herbalist Series, C, Skeleton Slayer, C, Potion Selling, F, Potion Failed, D, Potion Succeeded, D, Alchemist Series, F, Money Maker, S, Merchant Series, C, Trading, S, Herbs Sold, S, Herbs Bought, S, Disgraceful, S, Zombie Slayer, F, Curse Slayer, S, Turtler Slayer, F, Corpse Transporter, S, Library Completion, S, Crime Series, F, Wise, S, Strong, S, Human Slayer, F, Murderer, F, Villainous, S, Swordsmanship, S, Sword Series, E, Connection, S, Connected Series, E, Demented, S, Masochist, S, Pervert Series, D, Humiliated, S, Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S, Illusion, S, Reader, S, Tree, S, God, S. Skill Points 0. Active System Library Level 100, S, Mana Coat Level 72, B, Mana Wave Level 23, E, Ice Bind Level 36, E, Ice Sword Level 20, E, Icicle Level 66, C, Long Slash Level 40, F, Ice Expansion Level 18, F, Ice Hammer Level 1, F, Ice Spear Level 1, F, Ice Wave Level 10, F, Ice Light Armor Level 20, E, Ice Heavy Armor Level 10, F, Triple Slash Level 50, D, Thrust Level 30, E, Parry Level 40, D, Backstep Level 20, E, Dance of Death Level 5, F, Vanish Step Level 1, F. Passives Bleeding Resistance Level 55, D, Swordsmanship Level 60, C, Sword Mastery Level D, 50, Mana Control Level 56, D, Ice Control Level 40, D, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 50, D, Slight Mana Recovery Level 62, C, Acid Resistance Level 1, F, Axe Art Level 10, F, Axe Mastery Level 4, F, Corpse Dismantler Level 10, F. Brainwash resistance level 100, S. Night vision level 30, E. Slight stamina boost level 50, D. Slight agility boost level 45, E. Slight strength boost level 39, E. Slight intelligence boost level 30, E. Slight health recovery level 73, D. Ice resistance level 50, D. Cold resistance level 60, D. Heat resistance level 30, E. Lightning resistance level 40, D. Knockback resistance level 22, E. Stealth detection level 15, F. Paralyze resistance level 4, F. Sword posture level 5, F. Class actives Dark Alchemy level 52, Magic analysis level 50, Destiny cards level 1, Cursing objects level 5, Decay level 6, Mana shield level 46. Class rituals Snow falling level 42. Class passives Dark Alchemy mastery level 40, Witchcraft level 100, Curses mastery level 100, Rituals mastery level 30, Magic control level 60, Magic knowledge level 60, Ice mastery level 40, Babel mastery level 20, Grimoire mastery level 20, Magic attack level 1, Magic defense level 1. Babel arts Grimoire possession, Grimoire renouncing. Unique appraisal level 53, Illusion level 1, Hero detector level 1, Status level 70. Cursed unidentified skill, Mirror level 17, Soul manifestation, Endless growth, Endless cap, Endless awakening, Profane sealing, Profane connection. Rare element Ice. Cursed soulbound, Grimoire rank unique final phase 151,200. Contracted Witches Anastasia. Funny how Humiliated improved the Pervert series further. This system titles really does make me wonder if the gods have fun watching us humans suffer. Chapter 124 Training Arc. Year 5009 after the system day 82 of the flowering season in Tun Village. At night Teacher Ray returns from the little trip and notices my face which he doesn't hold back and states, "Seems like you took quite the beating Blondie, were they that strong for you to allow it?" The head of the Green Rose family and some strong-looking guards, I unintentionally meet the son at the market where I was buying some groceries for the lunch and dinner where you'd most likely return, and then they somehow ended up barging inside the house. Suppose someone ratted us out. From here to the market is not a far distance, were you able to train your daily share? With a cold tone and stare, I focus on Ray. Yes, even if the chance comes where I must train while harmed I will do it, don't intend to remain powerless. Feeling what we do not wish to experience often makes our determination to grow boundaries. Whilst it was a bad experience for my pupil, the rewards may outdo the pain felt. After all, your eyes are starting to be friendlier with your ice element, little Iris. Come teacher, I managed to cook something pretty good, and I don't care if you already ate or you're tired, keep me company. Sure, I'll set the table, can't wait to see what you did this time around. His friendly words and tone make me smile. Do place a soup plate and a wider plain one. Oh soup, I like that, used to be my main meal whenever I wandered through the kingdom, even received such a title. Wanderer title, how did you get it? I believe it was when I wandered around the entire kingdom, it gave me some agility, so it was quite worthwhile, even though it wasn't intentional, just happened to receive the title. Interesting, I'll be sure to get it myself one day. Do it, and challenge every strong person you meet along the way. That was my purpose back then, it gave me a lot of experience, eventually becoming a sword master, a title that is received when at least one swordsmanship skill reaches the max level 100, they grow faster through combat. That's pretty amazing information. I shout, bringing some happiness to his old face. The training I'm making you do will have as many titles as possible, since I also did it. In the end, with what you already have, I expect you to become quite a strong girl. I'll do my best to meet your expectations and of course my own. I place on both plates a big spoon of soup while handling smaller metal spoons to both. As always, Ray starts praying while I wait patiently for him to be done, as I've never done it, neither took a liking to it. Once he's done, his eyes gaze at me and a light nod follows through where we start eating the soup. After eating a few spoons, some words reach my ears. "This is a pretty good soup, you should make it more often." Really? I'm glad, I did it the best Lilia told me. The young woman from the market teaching you recipes. Yes, I know some from my mother, like the other one I have warming up in the oven, was supposed to eat it earlier today, but due to the pain ended up just preparing it instead. Looking forward to whatever's in there, though by the smell I can tell it's something with fish. He declares loudly, making me smile innocently. For sure, I let out a bit of laughter and then eat a few more spoons while holding back tears. If you'd like you can even try to add carrots to this soup, I feel like it could fit and you might even enjoy it more. With the recommendation letter we get to spend a bit of money, so you don't need to hold back in food, it'll allow your body to grow healthier and hopefully faster. He laughed loudly as always to what I reply softly, once we finish this one I'll give it a try. Once we finish eating the soup I place the fish dishes on top of the table, stretching my aura catching Omar's presence on top of the roof, making him enter through the half-open window to what Ray stares at without saying anything. Sit Omar and eat, surely you haven't had much the entire day, I won't accept a no either, so don't bother contesting me. The tall man nods lightly and sits in front of Ray where I place the dish, and then I pour some water into a wooden cup and put it in front of his knife that is right beside the plate, leaving the fork in the opposite direction. Then I take a seat next to both leaving me at the edge in the middle with full visibility to both. From this day onwards, unless impossible, I'll be having both of your presences during meals, I'll cook double, don't really mind it, and it's also up to no negotiation, you may eat. I look at both slightly nodding then eating the fish silently while allowing my body to relax. How's my sister's progress? Once Omar finishes gulping down the piece of fish and hot potatoes he was chewing, there hasn't been much since the tournament. The last raven I've received from Master Balthazar indicated that the different houses supporting Prince Julius had been gathered, so I suspect your sister will be training the men while recruiting more before attempting something big. I can't start to possibly understand the steps she will walk towards winning the war, but I'll let you know if anything interesting occurs. Also the meal is pretty good, you'd do a good wife one day Iris. I blush lightly from the compliment and smile happily at the information. Thank you, I won't promise everything I'll make will be good, but at least I'll give it my best. All I can say is that my expectations for her are unfathomable. After all, the words peerless general were written in there, and through history, I've never seen any general with them. You've tried the Red Book and people that weren't disgraceful. Through history, we were normal humans and our group wasn't a bad one. It all started on the day that Riddle came out, and everyone started being prosecuted. The generals of humanity at best would get general achievement, but peerless means perfect. In other words, I firmly believe Aurora will conquer the world if supported properly. That sounds fantastic. There were also other things listed in the Red Book, but I can't picture sister being any of them, though after talking with her about it, they are real. Omar's right hand shivers slightly as he handles the fish making a shrieking sound by cutting the plate in mistake. She's not here, you don't need to be afraid, I giggle innocently making him attack the fish body once more with the cutlery. I didn't know my student sister was that proficient, didn't you tell me she was your age? Yes, but by whatever reason, the goddess blessed with a boundless quantity of knowledge related to war. I shout happily since it's related to Aurora. That's quite interesting, I suppose my presence won't be necessary for such a war then. Don't worry, you'll be busy teaching me after all, once I succeed you, I suppose then we could go help her if she requests it. Omar listens to our conversation while biting on a potato breathing some cold air on one as he made a narrow cut splitting it in two but not entirely making a little steam ascend from the middle of it. I've been wanting to ask something for a while, what do you both know about Artana gods? Both gaze at me attentively due to the subject in question, and then at each other to which Ray takes the initiative. From what I know there are around 4 gods, each containing abilities that are able to affect our world, but I only know the goddess Arya one which is summoning and celestial messages through the saintess, and humans are not the only thing she can invoke to our world, but I don't know many details regarding it aside of the blue sword the first hero Rizia wielded. I know about that sword, I made Alicia sign a contract to it, allowing her to become an unawakened hero, but at least thanks to the soul remnant that was inside of it, we'll surely be able to help my friend grow a lot. Surprised you didn't take that chance for yourself, Omar said in a soft tone, surprised at my words. For better or worse, we can't have more than one contract with these so-called unique weapons. Does that mean you have one already? The surprise of his reply could be felt by the both of us as he doesn't know much about me or my sister, aside from the sole information of the Red Book which in a way isn't worth a lot. Yes, though which weapon I own is a secret that I'll keep from both of you. Is that the reason my student wants to learn swordsmanship with her left hand alone so that whichever weapon she has can be used with the right one? Then it must be a small type, maybe a wand, a short staff. Understood, I'll be happy with whatever information you wish to disclosure for you are the one, you have that right. The one? Why would you call my student in such an exquisite way? Ray gazes at him confused. She's the dark-robed savior, the one from the prophecy, that's why. Both stare at me, and I notice my teacher's face making an awkward expression. Seems like you're both done, I take both plates from the table and start cleaning them into a bag that we use to put the garbage in. I'm sure Omar wouldn't mind explaining to you about it. Once I finish, I start washing the dishes with a small-sized wooden scrubbing bush. Chapter 125 Training Arc. After staring at each other for a while, Omar started the explanation. It all started a long time ago, a bit after the system was implemented, when a twin of the saintess who inherited a cursed version of the blessed skill oracle appeared, the one given by Arya, which is the one passed down through every generation, granting them visions through dreams along with a couple of celestial visions from the goddess herself. The other one, however, causes the user to grant riddles to others about the future as well. This was then interpreted by the church from back then as a specific disgraceful class user getting much stronger powers than usual. This would one day bring the destruction of this world through a pandemonium which we aligned in a way to the god of chaos Lut. Speaking of which, for your question earlier, what we know is that the god of evil Hathis is able to help beings awaken, usually used on demons. The gender shifter god or goddess of chaos Lut is able to do probably whatever it pleases. We've got ancient records of random things changing through the thousands of years. One of them being the ruins close to Astia village. These things were most likely produced by him, and we've found a few more in other places also sealed. I've ventured through that one, but there were only monsters like slimes, skeletons, and zombies. They were pretty strong, but the barrier doesn't allow them to go outside, so it's safe. For now at least, there's a chance those seals will one day break upon the god of chaos command and make the world filled with monsters. I explain calmly from the little knowledge I have about it. Nothing remains sealed forever that is common knowledge unless there's someone that is capable of creating god level ones. Yes, Ray, since it was the god itself, he could easily release or undo them when it fits, unless they take a certain amount of time to do so due to how powerful they are. I look at both with a kind smile as they're starting to talk with one another with less awkwardness, remaining silent. Next on the list would still be the god of chaos, who is known to be able to allow monsters to become stronger through godly levels of transformation, raising their tier. It is known that the red dragon in the north is no less than a tier 7 monster, where the goblin king would be around 3, but beasts like him work differently and under the goddess of order Luna alone, through what it's called evolution. An example would be how their type changes, from for example normal goblin, to warrior type, granting them a class and the body to improve. While our human race doesn't evolve, awaken, or transform, however, we are able to get any class a little earlier than them, but ultimately they can become stronger than us, especially monsters. Demons would most likely be the second strongest in this world. I take my seat again upon finishing washing the dishes and waiting for them to dry to store them back while feeling fascinated with the conversation. How do you think demons awaken, Omar? From the information we gathered from a lot of encounters with them to torturing experiments, we do have enough. There are 4 types known: low demons, high demons, lords, and then kings, which is a similar system to the beasts one, just through a different method. Goblin king, and the different soldiers below it, but I've never heard of a goblin lord before. We can assume it exists then. Yes, we can assume any class that we humans can get, may appear in the enemy race's side as either evolution, transformation, or awakening. Your sister will have a rough path ahead of her then. Ray looks at me while rubbing his white beard. I believe in her, and she's pretty intelligent. I'm sure this information is already within her expectation. As to be expected of a peerless general, Omar smiles under the black mask that covers all the way to the eyes. Speaking of gods, is there any information related to why they are at war? They look at each other, nodding in disagreement. Something I'll have to find out eventually then, but at least I've got to know more about them. Thank you both. Anytime, Blondie, you should get some rest. Tomorrow there's another daily dose of training waiting for you. I'll be taking my leave, Ray, Iris. Omar gets up from the chair and before disappearing, thank you for the meal, he vanishes. You're welcome. All right, teacher, I'll go to my room and sleep. See you tomorrow. Too bad he left. Might have shared a drink with that annoying assassin. He grabs a bottle and a small cup, pouring some of it in it, then getting himself slowly wasted while I walk to my room. Can't say drinking will get him killed since he's already quite old and is still alive. I smile faintly, reaching the door of the room, opening it, and going inside. Mirror, once it appears I go inside of it. After some steps I find Anastasia laying on the ground looking at the sky with a small pile of white snow on top of her. I guess you're bored being here all the time, adorable witch. Anastasia turns the entire body around and then gets up facing me. Not anymore. Once the witch eyes meet mine, the happy expression she wore turns rather eerie along with a cold aura around herself. What happened to your face, master? There was a sort of incident with the head of the Green Rose family. Apparently being a peasant was a bad thing for her, so she had the guards attack me. It was quite the beating. but I'll become better by tomorrow, I heal quite fast while asleep after all. The aura became more sinister and colder as she took some steps forward, placing both her hands on my cheeks, and then stands on the tip of the toes, gaining some extra height, and kisses my forehead, then glues her own to mine while descending, returning her feet to normal. I'm truly sorry you had to go through that, but don't worry, Iris. She lets go of my forehead and looks at me with an unfamiliar sweet and innocent smile, then speaks slowly yet happily, making her appearance look extra adorable. I'll make sure to kill their entire family in the future. Truly wicked, but I understand where you're coming from. Still, it's not a good idea. It would only cause the advance of the humans to slow down. Let them be. They didn't know better, I tell her in a kind tone while expressionless. Is that an order? She smiles with a wide smile while tilting her head. A piece of advice, as they're stronger than us. She then bows deeply in front of me with her right hand reaching the heart. I understand. Then in that case please fulfill my conditions so I can awaken and handle that matter in your place. I'll gladly regain your honor and bath in their blood for the master. Anything shall be accomplished. Anastasia's status was it. Status. Anastasia, the adorable witch, class witch. Master Iris. Health 11701170, mana 37003700. Parameters the master ones. Titles the master ones. Skills the master ones. Conditions to awaken. Receive a flower from the master. Does the type of flower matter? What would you awaken to? Humans aren't supposed to awaken, yet you're a copy of me. Does that mean I'm not human anymore? Any flower will do, Master Iris. I'd stop being a clone and gain my own entity, which I'd still remain in a contract with you for all the eternity nonetheless. My class would evolve to Babel, and you are 100% human. Even then, you still wouldn't be strong enough to handle those. We're still too weak. Perhaps when we become powerful you may do as you wish, though do spare a boy named Maverick. He stood against it from the beginning to the end, and even shed tears for me. As you wish. Her pose returns back to normal and we stare at each other silently. Shortly after, her hands return to my cheeks, and then I hear a cute trembling soft voice almost crying. It truly does pain me to see you suffering. Tears flew from my eyes as the last word resonated in my mind, then I allow my face to be buried in her fingers. With a whisper, my heart gets consoled. We are here for you. Anything you need, whatever it may be, we seek your awakening, and our own, the day we all gather and move under your name. The moment all our souls entangle as one, and our beings become one, soon we'll all be freed and follow your will, which will take shape under your own title. After all, you too are a witch. A soft tone comes from my lips. I'll receive a title. Yes, you shall. When you awake, it'll reflect your true wish, and depending on it, the world of Artana and even this one might meet their ends. She pats my hair softly and then continues, everything will be yours to toy with, every soul shall fear being consumed by you. Kings and gods will have their kingdoms and realms destroyed. That is one of the paths your title may guide you to. A soft tone comes from my lips, a different outcome. Take your time becoming truly strong, my dear master, for once you do, we will know. She takes me to the mirror where I go through and fall on my bed, falling asleep while feeling bewitched. Chapter 126, Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system, day 90 of the flowering season inside the dojo. Your posture is becoming a bit better overall. He uses the wooden sword in his hand to adjust my body like a mannequin, pushing my elbow slightly to the front along with a harmless hit on my back, forcing me to stretch it. Looking good, more 100 swings, let's go. I gulp hearing the number, but I do as I'm told. Charge my hands and legs and take strong left steps while waving my wooden sword from above my head to the front of it while imagining one of those skeletons. Thanks to my imagination I was able to acquire the unique skill illusion, even though I haven't had a chance to try it out due to all this hardcore training. I did speak with my teacher about it. It could be categorized as a balanced type of combat skill. Should allow me to trick my opponent in many ways, but he's never heard of anyone having it. I'll have to try it for myself after today's training, where Ray promised me he'd help with it, thus I'm extra motivated. Even after 30 days of swinging like this, I can't seem to get anywhere close to the natural wind slice Ray sword did. He told me it took him practically his entire life, so I shouldn't feel pressure from it. The truth is that I just want to be able to do everything he can right away, but sadly my body can't keep up, so training the bases it is. I let out a suspire and then my head receives a harmless hit by the teacher. Focus, Blondie, or I'll turn you bald next. Cold sweat ran all over my body upon such threat, as my mother would be extremely sad if that were to happen. I do my best to concentrate and keep swinging proportionately faster than the one before. Slower, no need to rush, we have time. The better each and every single of them is, the faster you'll attain a close to perfection form. I ready the stance while inhaling deeply and then swing while exhaling, curving the sword in a very good art right on the top of the skeleton head. It almost looks like the girl has an opponent in front. Is it the illusion skill mentioned earlier? If she could deceive herself to be fighting someone, it would be quite faster to train her, since combat experience is everything in this world. This is actually a great idea. I'm a genius, a true wise teacher. Ray started laughing randomly, making my concentration be damaged slightly. I stare at him coldly and silently for making my life harder. Sorry, here I have an idea. Iris, try to use that imagination of yours while using the skill illusion into thinking of a particular monster you've had a hard time against. See how that works out for you. The strongest ones I saw were the shiny skeleton and the goblin warrior, though that green one looked too dangerous. Can it be a certain skeleton that beat me before? Try it. If it works, we won't need to find sparring partners for you or even have you go to the annual tournament for the experience. I'll attempt it, even though I'd still like to go to the tournament since you once won a title from beating it. Most kids her age only want to receive the recommendation letter, but all she wants is to get the title to become slightly stronger. What a girl. I want to use unique skill illusion. Notice suggestion to use appraisal. Right, sometimes I forget I can use that skill to see how things work. Appraise the skill please. Notice 500 mana has been deducted. Illusion of the unique tier, due to the low level, can only be used either directly on an enemy with low brainwash resistance or on yourself through the use of a reflection. Can bypass resistance when higher level. Can bypass brainwash resistance. Well, that's pretty amazing since that passive skill is maxed. I can do what my teacher asked, otherwise it would be impossible, as to be expected of a unique tier. Mirror, as soon as it appears I stare at it, seeing my reflection in it. The appearance of it startles Ray on the side, who looks at the size of it. That's quite a big mirror. Is it part of that illusion skill of yours? It seems I need a reflection to make it work on myself, so yes, it is. Unique skill illusion. I sense my brain focusing a lot along with my mana being slowly drained, and then I think on a skeleton making one leave the mirror with a sword in the hand, similar to the one that died, as I no longer remember it entirely well. Can you see something, teacher? Somehow I can see a skeleton, it looks quite real. Are you sure that's an illusion? I make a panic expression upon those words, and then start running and grabbing a real sword while mana coding it, and then I turn around and notice that the skeleton was chasing me. Our shining swords then clash once he attacks me, causing some weight to be felt on my left hand. Ugh, this skeleton is quite strong. I gaze at him and see some distortions appear on and disappear repeatedly. That tells me this is not real. I sigh and then focus some strength, pushing him away while regaining my composure. System: the title Trickster has been received. Seems like it is truly an illusion. Alright, with this I'm 100% sure. I charge my mana, which gets copied by the skeleton like the one at the ruins did, and our swords clash. This time my weapon didn't break. I take a step to the side and attempt a body blow, which gets blocked by a vertical slash. Focus on your opponent moves, dodge, and counterattack like I taught you in the beginning. Yes, teacher. I start taking small steps to the left, circulating around him, and then he slashes horizontally towards my hip, where I take a step backward, avoiding it. And then once the sword goes through, I take a step charged with mana forward while waving my sword from top to bottom, cutting diagonally the skeleton in half till the supposed liver location. Then his sword cuts my arm off, making me scream loudly, to what Ray reacts, cutting the skeleton in many pieces, and then the illusion disappears as I lose my concentration due to the shock. Are you alright, kid? Your arm is fine. Look at it. Was just an illusion, a very good one at that, but it shows that you can't let your guard down against any opponent. Sometimes they can come with quite a set of tricks to defeat you. Faking death could easily be one of them. I look at my arm, breathing hard while trying to inhale and exhale deeply, as that scared the hell of me. That was something. Ray starts laughing loudly, which strangely the sound helps me calm down. That was good practice. Once you adjust yourself to the usage of that skill, we can make you fight all kinds of beasts and monsters, some stronger, others faster, small, big. The possibilities are endless, which means you'll definitely improve. I'll do my best, but for now I'll take a quick break. Need to calm myself. I give the sword back to him and he takes it gladly. Go for it, kid. You did well. Thank you, Ray. I move away from him outside the dojo and let myself be bathed by the sunlight and the soft breeze. Unique skills are terrifying. To even show my arm being cut like that, I literally stopped feeling it for a moment there. I suppose it shuts down a part of my mind to allow those things to happen that smoothly. I take a deep breath and look around. Between this dojo and the house there's a small well in the middle, and then wooden old walls around. The only exit leads to a hall that is composed of two different houses which lead to the main road. It even has a door that, while closed, makes outsiders think it's a wall. Sometimes they may think it's a dead end unless of course they jump over it or climb it somehow, but it's 2 meters tall, so I don't think many would be able to. We generally keep it closed so that outsiders don't barge in, as Ray allows the house and the dojo doors to be open. He often says it's for the place to be able to breathe, often mentions that if we take care of non-living things as living ones that we're granting them a space for a soul to reside, gibberish in the end, like him naming the swords. Mother did say that allowing windows to be open helps the air circulate and the bad smells to disappear, so at least that much I'm willing to believe, even though I wouldn't go as far as to call it breathing. That's just silly. Okay, maybe if it was haunted by some spirits or ghosts, there was a story in the system library skill about it. It's a shame I ended up reading every book maxing the skill. This world doesn't have that many books, but it was worthwhile. Hopefully, in the future, someone writes something new, or maybe I get to use it in a different way. After all, this world always comes with a way to surprise me. Like this illusion skill, it sure paid me off quite the scare. However, if it made me fearful, then my enemies, depending on what I imagine, could end up quite marvelous. I rub the back of my head softly, letting my hair wave randomly. It reaches a bit deeper than the shoulder line. A shame it was cut. A blessing to have it like this during the flowering season, and even better when the sun comes, as it'll be too hot. It'll have time to regrow by the last one. Hey, Omar. A man suddenly appears to my left. Yes. I forgot to ask, but I remember someone telling me that the seasons and the gods had some correlation. Do you happen to know about it? It's pretty simple really. The flowering season was named in the name of Arya, sun season in the name of Lutz, decaying season in the name of Hathis, and moon season in the name of Luna. Oh, alright, that's actually simpler than I initially thought it would be. It's interesting how the human race uses all the seasons but hide the fact of the other gods' existence. Well, it would be a direct conflict to the beliefs of the church under Pope Klaus. The day we met, you mentioned something about people being tortured and killed just for having the disgrace class. Does that still happen even in these days by the Pope? I believe he inherited some of the necessary skills for it. However, they stopped those practices and started exiling our kin from Lumen Kingdom after a certain event. A certain event, someone stopped them or so. There is a certain being similar to you, we of the dark robes call her Witch of the South. Even though I've never seen her for quite a long time now, it's known that saying her name can get you cursed, so we don't mention it, and she killed a bunch of priests as revenge for being exiled. A person to be feared. Exactly, she was the second person inheriting the cursed version of the Saintess Oracle skill, like that twin from the old tale I told you and Ray the other day. A twin thing again. Indeed, since the goddess never said anything about such a skill, we take it as being a good thing meant to help humans, so we made use of it through the generations, keeping on believing the prophecy up to this very day. Shouldn't that Saintess twin be part of you guys? Sadly, I couldn't find her when that event became known, so didn't get the chance, even though one of our 5 dark masters, Balthazar, the one holding the highest power between them, believes it's best to stay away from her, as it is possible she's no longer sane due to her class. Becoming insane might be something that will affect me eventually. I look down sad, and Omar, noticing this, places his hand on top of my head, patting me softly. I'll see if I can find something to help you with the class side effects, thus I'll be gone for a while. Make sure to stay close to that old beast, he'll make sure to keep you safe. Really? Thank you so much, Omar, I'll become even stronger by the time you're back. I make a big smile while staring at him joyfully. I'm counting on that, you wouldn't be able to complete the prophecy otherwise. He smiles under the mask, then disappears from my sight. I feel him pat me a bit more, and then I feel the hand departing from the top of my head. Chapter 127 Training Arc. I return back inside to resume the training, picking the silver sword instead of the wooden one, making Ray smile faintly. I do some heavy swings with it while maintaining a natural outer layer of mana on my hands and feet, warming my body up again. If too heavy for you, just keep up with the wooden one, no need to pressure your body that far. I can manage. I wave the sword rather freely and then stare into the mirror, at my reflection, and use illusion once again, bringing the skeleton enemy back. Posture. Teacher order makes my back stretch fully, and I charge mana into the usual spots along with mana coating my sword. This time I'll beat you, skeleton. For this round, focus on parrying the attacks, Iris. The skeleton does a vertical cut, to which I respond by a diagonal one close to its tip, forcing it to go left and my body right. Good, but try to hit closer to the middle of his sword, it'll require less strength then. Alright teacher, I'll attempt it. The enemy, failing to hit me, decides to do a large horizontal slash, to what I block by vertically slashing with all my strength, ending up breaking his sword in half, surprising myself. I assume that wasn't supposed to happen. I gaze at my teacher who adds, well, it's not uncommon, since it's an illusion. Just think of a sword appearing below him. I concentrate on teacher words and a new sword really does appear, to which I point downwards and the skeleton replaces the one in his hand with it. In a way, it wouldn't be weird if the skeleton improved his combat prowess as well while I do too, right? I concentrate on this thought, imagining him like that, giving some sort of ego while at it. The skeleton starts shrieking and then laughs, making the mouth teeth hit each other rather violently. Did you do something, Iris? The teacher gazes at me, noticing the weird behavior, watching my face dumbfounded. I see. Well, might as well give him the ability to talk while at it, so you get used to defeating foes with some emotions and stuff. I think this is creepy enough as it is. Both the skeleton and Ray start laughing loudly, making me facepalm. Though making him able to talk could be interesting, let's attempt it. I focus on that thought, and then my eyes open and the skeleton disappears. Notice mana has been completely depleted. What now, Iris? My mana ended, so the illusion was cancelled. It consumes some mana progressively, so I'll do normal swings instead. Very well, I'll go to the market, buy some food, be back in a bit. Alright, take your time, Ray, and don't forget some carrots for the soup. I wave him goodbye as he leaves the dojo after nodding lightly, and then I spend a few hours swinging the sword as he taught me. What did I accomplish within these few hours of training status? Notice mirror is now level 5, swordsmanship level 63, sword arts level 52, slight intelligence boost level 35, and posture level 8. Oh damn, that command actually worked. Notice due to the recent evolution to the unique tier, a lot more commands are available. Is that so? Well, in a way it does make sense. That's pretty amazing, and it makes me able to not waste time checking the entire status screen. I smile happily at the positive changes. Hey, Blondie, are you done? I look at the dojo entrance in the middle of the wall. Yes. Did you bring everything I asked for? I think so. Go take a shower and change clothes, then you can try out your new recipe. Sure, mirror revoke, I reply happily. It's been quite fun living with Teacher Ray. At the beginning we used to fight a lot, and he still calls me Blondie, which I got used to it, since he did it with my mother, so in a way, it reminds me of her. I head to the bathroom to prepare a bath. I wonder how my parents are doing. Should see if I can sneak out and visit them, even if I have to run forth and beg. I chuckle at the tiresome yet wonderful idea. Once inside it, I start undressing, placing the clothes in a straw basket with no lid, and then rotate the faucet and water starts filling the tub. I really do wonder what's the trick to make water come out warm or cold. Whoever created this must be a genius. I giggle and then slowly enter the tub, feeling the water level rise, and as it does my body is slowly submerged all the way to the neck. Being short has its benefits. I smile happily, touching the water with my right hand and then passing it softly on my cheeks, warming them up. I bend my legs, allowing my head to fall inside the water, and then 2 seconds later I stretch them, returning to my original position. The worst thing of having such a great element is that purely by just using mana I feel cold from it. It obviously gets a lot worse when I converge my mana to the ice element. Even if I max the ice and cold resistances, the odds are that I'll always feel some cold from using it. I gaze at the ceiling and relax, thinking about something peculiar. Wondering which title would suit me, maybe not something as profound as my sister achievements. I don't want to be a walking calamity, or a death bringer, not interested in being a peerless general either, and lastly but not least, possessing unfathomable power, whatever that is. I'm way too powerless for that. I grab a pink soap along with a small scrub a bit longer compared to the one I use for the dishes and start rubbing my body with it. Witch of Ice, I also use swords, so maybe something to do with both ice swordsmen. I chuckle from rubbing under my feet. That doesn't sound very witch-like. Is there something that would sound good enough? Witch of Coldness. Times like these that I realize my naming sense is terrible, except for the adorable witch. Her name belonged to one of the book stories I read in my past world, and once the other ones awaken, I know what to name them. A hopeful and bright smile fills my expression, thinking on having more sisters. Being able to increase my family thanks to the mistake of the gods. In a way, I'm thankful they cursed my class, even if it's corroding my sanity in the process. I need to somehow surpass the brainwash resistance, just not sure how. I really need to start figuring things out, otherwise I'm always depending on others to help me. I look into the water, which is still ending up seeing my reflection, my cute childish face with a small nose, small thin lips, green eyes, round small ears, and short blonde hair. Perhaps I need to stop thinking this way, and instead of depending on people, I should seek the help of those who know instead. Appraise me a solution that enables me to fight this brainwash power. Notice 50 mana has been deducted. Suggestion to appraise your cursed skills, as each has a special function that can enable your growth. Please do show me everything. I wish to improve somehow. Hoping that my pleas are heard, the mechanical voice starts resounding in my head, granting me knowledge. Notice 1000 mana has been deducted. They will now be analyzed according to appraisal level. Soul manifestation can be used to create things in exchange for soul power. Endless growth grants a faster growth of the body, better learning speed. Endless cap can increase skill potential which has reached the max level. Endless awakening allows entities and things to awaken. Profane sealing concedes the seal to block the freedom of entities and things. Profane connection enables contact with entities and sentient objects. Suggestion to use endless cap skill in the brainwash resistance 1, highly advised to do it in the mirror world. I bend my legs once more and rub my hair to remove any soap leftovers, then take off the tub stopper, enabling the water to flush out. I stretch my legs and with the support of both my hands on each side of the tub I get up slowly to not trip or slip. Then allow the excess of the water to fall before stepping out while reaching out for a towel on top of the wash basin, then I start drying my hair and body. When I finish, I get out and dry my feet, then I head to my room while inside the towel. Once inside I open the wardrobe and pick some clothes, a long black sleeve shirt, and brown pants, along with white panties, black socks and small brown boots, making me look kind of tomboyish. Mirror, once it appears I began walking to it while speaking, well then time to have some fun with this new knowledge. Chapter 128 Training Arc. After taking some steps, I look around before taking a seat by crossing my legs in the usual spot of the magic circle, the only one without a soul stone. I stared at the girl next to me who had her eyes closed. After a while I get tired of waiting and say softly, "Are you asleep, Anastasia?" Due to becoming startled by my voice, she looks at me with those cute blue eyes, while doing a funny awkward expression making me laugh. Iris, she gets closer to me and as she's about to hug me the girl's motion stops and with only her head starts sniffing me. "You smell good." "Really good? What's this smell?" "Are you saying the other times I smelled badly?" I make a serious expression while looking at her, making her timid. "I didn't meant it like that, it's just that." I interrupt her with a kind tone, "I was just kidding you silly." I poke her forehead with my index left-handed finger, making her do a soft strange word sound, and yeah, she closes her eyes while spouting whatever that was out while blushing. Anastasia sure is fun to bully. I wonder what kind of personalities will the other ones have, can't wait to meet them. "What ordeal have you brought in mind today?" she replies with a playful tone, attempting to mock me back. I bend 2 fingers, opening some space between them, and grab her nose, closing them softly afterward. "It sounds like you're calling me bothersome, you evil witch." I start laughing, making her giggle along in a different pitch due to the trapped nose. Though for today's ordeal, I intend to try to use the skill Endless Cap on brainwash resistance, that is currently maxed, to stop having corruption in my mind, if we can call it that. We don't know much about what the goddess skills we stole do. In fact, they're skills that a witch shouldn't have. As such, you're already in a different level than the rest that may have our class or similar. I used appraisal to find some information of those skills. You should be able to use it too. No. Sadly, as I'm not awakened, the skills from unique and above are off limits. Perhaps once I go beyond I'll be able to. Really need to find you a flower. Next time I meet my parents I'll buy you a good looking one. I stick my tongue out, bringing confusion to Anastasia, and then mention, "That smells good," which makes her giggle adorably. "Ah, you're just too cute." I hug her tight, imagining the bunny doll I left at home, one of the very few birthday gifts I received. I make her cheeks blush intensely. Thank you, but that's due to looking like Master Iris, who is very cute." "Silly." We stay hugged for a bit while smiling without being able to see each other faces. "Alright, it's time to start. Feel free to help me." Status, current mana, please. Upon hearing my words, Anastasia gets away from me and goes back to her seat. Mana 15003850. This world sure is great with all the mana density. It allows me to recover at a great pace. I hope this much will be enough. I gaze at the witch next to me, who looks with eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Endless Cap. A screen similar to status appears before me. Endless Cap maxed skills system library level 100. Brainwash resistance level 100. Witchcraft level 100. Curses mastery level 100. So level 100 truly means the max we can get for the skills, normally at least. I make a big smile before touching the brainwash resistance skill, on the screen that appeared in front of me. Anastasia, who also stared at the screen, noticed the last 2 skills on it, making a sinister smile that goes unnoticed by me. Notice 5000 mana has been deducted in total. I then notice the witch next to me lending me her mana happily. A big blue light surrounds my body, fueling me with power, and then it goes inside as a voice once more resounds in my mind. Notice brainwash resistance skill cap has successfully increased to 150. Successfully, does it mean this process can fail? It didn't mention that the cap was maxed, meaning I can probably repeat this process perhaps, endlessly. Well, I'd eventually die before reaching the last level. This must mean that I could possibly increase the witch's skills in the future, once I secure a good enough brainwash resistance. I bet you would like to have these cursed skills improved, I say with a happy smile, receiving a corresponding one from the girl next to me. Of course, master, they would allow our overall skills to have better chances. If we think logically about it, despite being 100% chance of causing an effect to an enemy, if they have resistance it could even end up being nullified. To avoid such a scenario we would need a really big level to always get our curses and rituals to work. Makes sense. I'll focus on brainwash resistance from here onwards, and once it is high enough, I'll start evolving the others, so be patient. All right. As you wish, Iris. She smiled happily, content from my offer that was more than what the girl hoped for, due to its drawbacks to her master. My little witch Anastasia seems to be in a rush to become stronger, reminds me of another sister of mine. However, I won't allow myself to fall for insanity. I'll become stronger on my own terms at the pace I wish, and once I'm done in a few years, I hope I'll have grown strong enough to protect my family and friends. If not, I'll have to keep finding ways to improve further to reach the happy ending I seek, while remaining kind like parents taught me to be. I raise my hands to the shoulder level with the palms upwards while voicing out, it's a great shame you can't use these cursed skills, otherwise, you'd be able to increase them as you are permanently inside this overflowing world full of mana. That's true, but once I'm finished unlocking all the skills, I can start practicing with them, so they level up faster. That does sound really good, but it might take a while. No. It most likely will take long on my own. Ah. A very long time indeed. I'll also take long till my training is over, so we'll be both busy. Even our sister is, compared to us, she's most likely the one having the hardest time. Having to take care of who knows how many humans, and planning an infinite amount of complicated ideas, theories, and things. Anastasia smiles at me, agreeing to my words. It is quite intriguing how Master Iris hasn't completely been corrupted by now. How is it possible that someone so young has such a strong will? What do you mean, Anastasia? We are skills entities with specific knowledge and behavior. We were once part of the system as data. In other words, we know the human limits. For example, how much they're supposed to handle, and yet, you remain yourself no matter what. The knowledge, the mindset, the personality, after analyzing all of it, they do not fit you, so how is my master so fantastic? She makes a lustful expression while licking the tip of her finger. I lower my hands, placing them on top of my lap while gazing at them. I guess that unlike Aurora they didn't have the chance to copy or prey in my memories, which means they don't know I'm like 24 years old in total from both lives. Even though my mentality isn't of an adult, as I've not experienced and grown enough mentally, but it's probably enough to cope with this situation. Maybe there's something else, perhaps the brainwash resistance, the link to my sister. I don't think Aurora would want me to go insane, so these things should be protecting me. Sending the different voices out of my head to the soul stones also helped a lot, even if they're not exactly evil, nor against me, but it still has some impact. I shift my focus to the girl, noticing the erotic way she looks at me. Without feeling anything about it, I stare deeply, trying to find whatever is behind that expression. At some point, I notice Anastasia's hands trembling slightly, and then I notice a hint of fear in the glint of her eyes. Do you fear me, little sister? With a cold tone, but a cute expression, yes, because you're an exception to the system, someone no one is capable of understanding, except perhaps the gods. It feels to me that even if you didn't have Aurora with you, that weapon, I think we would have still met, and the result would be similar. That may be so, but isn't that a good thing after all? You're no longer part of the system, the world it exists isn't this one. You and the other 7 are now your own selves and can easily live however you want, and even pursue your own paths. This place is our new home, a place for us to live happily. I point all around and continue, an entire world to explore without all the madness the other one has. She stops sitting like me and changes to sitting on the back of her feet, then kneels forward, placing the forehead on the snow. I understand, Master Iris. Do you really, my silly? adorable witch. I save this thought in my head to not hurt her feelings. I will do my best to treasure this world, your world. I interrupt her instantly, our world, dear Anastasia. She blushes happily and then continues, our world, and I'll also treasure your friends and family. When the time comes, if necessary, I'll help you protect them once they arrive on this side. I extend my right hand, which is the closest one, and pat her beautiful light blue hair. After a bit I approach the girl next to me, pulling her face to my lap, allowing the cheek to rest comfortably. Slowly she becomes extremely red while continuously patting the blue hair, eventually falling asleep on top of the snow with Anastasia next to me. As the night goes by, she keeps me warm through the night by cuddling with me tightly, while protecting me from the mana density with an outer mana layer. Chapter 129 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system, day 1 of the sun season. After a long night goes by, I wake up finding Anastasia next to me, reminding me of the days I'd sleep comfortably with Aurora. I carefully get up by placing her arm that I find on top of my body on hers and then kiss Anastasia's forehead softly. I'll be going now, little sister, we shall meet again soon enough, mirror. I walk towards the summoned item, going through its glass, as it was normal at this point, appearing inside the room Ray lent me. With the new brainwash resistance, my mind feels completely clean. It seems like my class can no longer get its hold on me, but just in case, I shall increase it some more times. Once my class awakens, the effect may grow a lot stronger. For that reason, I shall aim to max brainwash resistance. I make a happy smile that is further enhanced by the breaking dawn of Artana's morning. After changing into brown shorts and a brown shirt, I head downwards into the kitchen, grabbing some bread with strawberry jam and eat it outside, enjoying the remnants of the dark sky. An hour goes by and I start running around the house, warming my body up before picking a sword. Once time passes by, I find myself inside the dojo doing sword swings, in an attempt to improve the posture and mana control further. After some more training, I take a short break. With the ability to increase my skills, making them stronger than other people, possibly even more powerful than the ones summoned by the goddess Arya. I should start focusing on the ones I wish to learn fully, and select the most useful ones, to not lose again in the future, or to at least have a better chance at it. I sit on the floor with my legs crossed. Show me the skills I own. Status. Skill points 5. Active System Library level 100, S, Mana Code level 72, B, Mana Wave level 23, E, Ice Bind level 36, E, Ice Sword level 20, E, Icicle level 66, C, Long Slash level 40, F, Ice Expansion level 18, F, Ice Hammer level 1, F, Ice Spear level 1, F, Ice Wave level 10, F, Ice Light Armor level 20, E, Ice Heavy Armor level 10, F, Triple Slash level 50, D, Thrust level 30, E, Parry level 40, D, Backstep level 20, E, Dance of Death level 5, F, Vanish Step level 1, F. Passives Bleeding Resistance level 60, C, Swordsmanship level 63, C, Sword Mastery level D, 52, Mana Control level 56, D, Ice Control level 40, D, Slight Wisdom Boost level 50, D, Slight Mana Recovery level 62, C, Acid Resistance level 1, F, Axe Art level 10, F, Axe Mastery level 4, F, Corpse Dismantler level 10, F, Brainwash Resistance level 100, S, Night Vision level 30, E, Slight Stamina Boost level 50, D, Slight Agility Boost level 45, E, Slight Strength Boost level 39, E, Slight Intelligence Boost level 35, E, Slight Health Recovery level 73, D, Ice Resistance level 50, D, Cold Resistance level 60, D, Heat Resistance level 30, E, Lightning Resistance level 40, D, Knockback Resistance level 22, E, Stealth Detection level 20, E, Paralyze Resistance level 4, F, Sword Posture level 8, F. Class Actives Dark Alchemy level 52, Magic Analysis level 50, Destiny Cards level 1, Cursing Objects level 5, Decay level 6, Mana Shield level 46. Class Rituals Snow Falling level 45. Class Passives Dark Alchemy Mastery level 40, Witchcraft level 100, Curses Mastery level 100, Rituals Mastery level 30, Magic Control level 60, Magic Knowledge level 60, Ice Mastery level 40, Babel Mastery level 20, Grimoire Mastery level 20, Magic Attack level 1, Magic Defense level 1. Babel Arts Grimoire Possession, Grimoire Renouncing. Unique Appraisal Level 61, Illusion Level 5, Hero Detector Level 1, Status Level 70. Cursed Unidentified Skill, Mirror Level 17, Soul Manifestation, Endless Growth, Endless Cap, Endless Awakening, Profane Sealing, Profane Connection. 5. Skill points. Where did I possibly get those? Haven't leveled up in so long. Notice due to the new skills gained from Adorable Witch the title skill mastery reached the max rank S. Oh my, thank you, Anastasia and Status. Speaking of which, recommend me the most useful skills, please. Can use the appraisal skill for it. Notice 800 mana has been deducted. Dark Mastery to use it when in control of the Grimoire skills. Space and Time Mastery is necessary for the mirror. Summoning Mastery is necessary to improve the witches since it was a type of invocation. Charm, it'll help with handling the different personalities of your underlings. Really now without the time to practice new rituals, I suppose I can pass those for now. The curses, I'll go for them once I return to adventuring, they should help me out against different enemies. Get those skills. Status, I'll believe in you both for this. Notice skills successfully learned, status updated. Wondering how that will be of help to the mirror, time will tell I guess, it'll still be level 1 so can't expect much as it is. I continue my gaze at the screen filled with skills, reading all of them. My sure to kill combo so far has been Icicle into Ice Expansion, but if I think on all my skills, perhaps finding new combinations could be rather interesting. After all, Teacher Ray told me to focus on more than just swordsmanship unlike him, so I can reach beyond his own talent. When I coded my sword alongside with Decay skill, Moonflower got scared about it. I suppose that skill is dangerous. I believe it made the skin of the fake one get corroded. It also worked on a curse, so it should be pretty interesting. If I used it against skeletons who don't have skin or meat, I guess it would be quite useless, like how Sister Dark Element isn't too favorable either. Mirror, Illusion skill, show me a level 1 skeleton. Suddenly in front of me, a creature appeared to what I aimed the sword and coated it with mana and decay. I approach it slowly and glue the sword to it. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, even though the skill is chance-based, so perhaps it simply didn't have an effect. Guess I'll wave it a bit through the bones. I do a couple of slow slashes, one in the left shoulder to the hand vertically, a different one from the same starting spot to the right hip, another to the left leg. Seems like some of the spots are indeed decaying. I can notice the black appearance of the skill doing something to it, but it barely does anything. I guess bones take a long time to decay. Goblin level 1 instead of a skeleton. Instantly the creatures change place with one another, making the first one completely disappear. This skill is truly amazing, to think I could trick myself to this point. Now then, let's see what happens when I use it in a goblin. I repeat the same movements I did before on the skeleton, and then slowly my expression becomes one filled with disgust. The body starts to disfigure, melting even in some spots where blood along with some liquid, created from melted skin, muscle and flesh drops to the ground, making it look very sticky. Ugh, horrible, yet extremely effective on living things. In other words, Moonflower, who noticed this, became wary if it had touched her back then. After a bit more passes. Seems like the places where it was decayed only disappear if it doesn't touch any other part of the body. If an enemy uses it on me, I'd have to freeze the effect instantly before it starts spreading towards my entire body. Feels a lot slower than poison, but there might be some monsters who are immune to one of the two. Skeletons seem immune to a lot of things. For example, if there was an entire kingdom of them, it would certainly be quite problematic to handle, perhaps even more than demons. The more things I think about, the stronger I feel like I need to become, one step at a time. Iris, small ones, I'll manage somehow. Hero detector on. I remember Sister having them always on, even though hers were a lot more useful. At least, it'll keep me away from them. Alicia's a hero now too, well, it'll make me easier to find her if I must. Wondering what's she doing after being illuminated in front of everyone. I bet she's surprised about it. Hope she didn't lose herself to the soul fragment inside. Knowing her, I'm sure she didn't. I believe in my friend. Villainous title, hero class. By some reason these two things are contradictory to one another. From the explanation, it feels like I'm the enemy of humanity. Fame and disgrace, hero and villain, how are they correlated? Appraisal. Notice 400 mana has been deducted. Hero is the peak class of fame, villain is the peak class of disgrace. Does that mean my class can evolve further beyond appraisal? Notice 400 mana has been deducted. Babel Witch is one of the peaks of a witch class. An aberrant and unique path of it, therefore, as it matches what can be considered of hero and villain classes. Is that the reason why I received the villainous title appraisal? Notice 100 mana has been deducted. Every being who reaches the fame peak receives the hero class and title. That was not what I asked though. What is the reason I received the villainous title appraisal? Notice 100 mana has been deducted. Every being who reaches the fame peak receives the hero class and title. What's going on? Why are you not appraising appraisal? Notice 100 mana has been deducted. Superior interference. Understood, take it easy appraisal, this means the gods or one in specific is blocking this information. If I were a god, why would I do this? Perhaps to hide some sort of mistake. I suppose gods wouldn't do that easily. Something else the witches referred the system brought a malfunction upon my soul. I gaze towards the goblin who's half decayed, disperse illusion. I then move inside the mirror, let's see if in the other world I can find something more about this issue. Chapter 130 Training Arc. On the other side of the mirror, in my own world, I approach the circle feeling the mana flow inside my body regaining it at a fast pace. Anastasia's love for me was it, I voice my thoughts in a low tone unconsciously, making the girl in front of me look at me lustfully. A chill passes through the spine on my back, forcing me to avert her gaze while I sit on the ground not too far from the fellow witch. What's today's ordeal, master? She looks at me, changing her expression to an innocent and curious one. Now then, how could I possibly get the appraisal skill to tell me classified information? If it's information related to the higher beings of Artana, perhaps you could ask it to this world system. No. Anastasia, you're a genius. I shout happily, making her embarrassed, forcing her gaze to be averted from me. Status: show me the cursed skills. Cursed unidentified skill, mirror level 17, soul manifestation, endless growth, endless cap, endless awakening, profane sealing, profane connection. Profane connection was it? Profane connection level 2. Connect to the witches, connect to the system. Connect to the system. System BRR. BRR. System, the title high call has been received. System, hello. Hello. Is this the system of my world? System, yes. How can the system be of help, Master Iris? I was trying to appraise some information about the higher beings of Artana, but someone, perhaps a god, interrupted it. System, no one to block you here, but might not have enough information depending on the request. The mirror copied the world and the system knowledge, not the gods one, among other things. Might be worth trying it nonetheless. What is the reason I received the villainous title appraisal? System conferring knowledge and permission to appraisal. Upon the records of Artana, it was caused and rewarded by the god of chaos loot. Unknown reason. System, the title stalker has been received. Seriously? Stalker. System, master did stalk for certain classified information, and I can't choose what titles to give, it is automatic like in the past world. I facepalm, making Anastasia burst into laughter, unable to contain herself any further. Noticing her, I make a snowball and throw it at her right in the face, causing some of the snow to enter her mouth, which quickly results in her coughing it out. We look at each other and resume laughing while throwing snowballs at one another like two kids. After a while, we lay on the snow in a straight line with our heads close to each other, both looking up to the sky. Say, Anastasia, what titles do you think I should give to the other witches? You can let them choose or simply give them based on the tone of voice like you did with me, the later would probably be best. Think they would want to pick something dangerous if I gave them the chance of choice. Definitely, even though if you pick only good things, their personalities won't change, so based on it, would make them able to be true to themselves. Speaking of personal experience. Yes, master. I understand, I'll go like that then. I shall name and entitle them as my mind initially perceived them, be it good or evil. In the end, we're witches, happiness is not something we strive for. I see. Also, master, don't use the cursed skill profane connection on Artana. It wouldn't surprise me if you were able to communicate with the gods with it, which would cause a ruckus. Yes, I definitely don't want more attention to myself, already had my share with this class. Do you regret being the Babel witch, master? Not at all, just dislike the corruption part of it. All right, I'm glad, Anastasia says with a soft tone, feeling relieved deep inside. Don't worry, I'm content with all the curses and blessings I've received. Without them, I wouldn't be able to extend my family members. Upon hearing my words, she smiles, a kind and beautiful one, unnoticed by me. Master should permanently stay living in the shadows while hiding in Aurora's light. What do you mean by that? If she's as great as you make her be, my dear Iris, then Artana world will surely pay attention to her, even the gods won't be able to avert their gazes. In other words, no. We surpass Aurora from the shadows while hiding in this world, we seal your status information from them, and also your existence. We further enhance it with an illusory layer so they get fake information, in case one of the gods has a special skill of sorts. Are we even able to do that? I sit and face her direction, looking diagonally downwards with a surprised expression, finding a smiling expression on the girl's face. There's nothing that Master Iris can't do. After all, we did receive quite the blessings from the goddess Arya, without her realizing it too, as she most likely thought it was Aurora only. An eerie expression fills the girl's face, reminding me of my sister. It seems like today's ordeal will be taking a new update. I chuckle happily, making her smile joyfully, matching my expression. I extend my hand towards her, which she changes from a sleeping position to a sitting one, matching the crossed legs and grabbing my hands. Let us start. Cursed skill Profane Sealing. Profane Sealing level 1 status. I touch the status option on the screen to avoid opening the usual screen showing my parameters. Notice once sealed will require 100 times the mana spent to unseal. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, seal my status information with 5,000. Notice 5,000 mana has been deducted. The mana from Anastasia converges with my own as I watch it passing through our hands, enveloping my entire body. Once it turns into a concentrated aura around me, the typical blue light becomes purely white like snow, and then a voice pops into my mind. Notice the status has been sealed. To unseal will require 500,000 mana from you or a different entity who may attempt. The light aura touches my skin and then disappears, making me think it entered my body. With this gigantic amount of 500,000 mana, even gods will have some trouble, but just in case, unique skill illusion Profane Seal layer in my status. Notice 1,000 mana has been deducted. Notice an illusory layer has been placed. Defensive countermeasures have been finished. Anastasia, we let go of each other hands while smiling happily. Like this, Master Iris will be able to slowly progress in the dark without any god bothering you, and best of all, it'll also hide the mirror. Will this be enough to hide this world from the other gods? Unlikely, but seeing how small it is compared to Artana, since your soul is lacking, it'll be fine for a lot longer. Alright, let's worry about that when the time comes, if my soul even grows that much. Hopefully it will, otherwise, soul manifestation skill will remain rather useless, and I'd like a place to live in. I look around, remembering that Anastasia has been sleeping in this place every day. You're right, I apologize, and I'll see what I can do about that. Master doesn't have to be sorry. She bows her head, feeling that her behavior was out of place. You're absolutely right, Anastasia. Devising a suitable place for you to sleep in is but something I as the older sister must proportionate. We smile at each other, which causes her to feel relieved once more. Even then it'll be hard without soul power, and that's not something Master Iris can easily get without consequences. Actually, I've had an idea on how to get some. I grin, thinking on Teacher Ray and the leftover funds from my recommendation letter. What will you do? She looks at me innocently, tilting her head with eyes full of curiosity, which makes me grin slightly. I'll make that old man go buy me soul stones like before, and then use the soul in it instead of absorbing it directly as my sister does. That way I shouldn't get tainted by what it contains. I think it's best if you consume them, but human ones only, so if possible make him buy those. Won't that bring issues? I believe it'll be fine, especially since humans consuming humans can't change in that sense. Understood. I'll talk with teacher and train swordsmanship some more then. Alright, meet you later, Master Iris. We wave at each other while I head to the mirror, going through it. On the other side, I erase the mirror and head outside the dojo, going inside the house to look for my teacher. Teacher, I need a favor. What's up? I need some more soul stones. They don't have to be the best grade, just whatever you can find will do. Oh, and a flower, a cute and good smelling one. Upon hearing the first half he feels confused, but the second part makes his left eyebrow raise. I won't question as you don't ask what I do either. Thank you. I smile happily as we built some sort of relationship ever since we began training together. How's your training? Mastered the bases yet? Not at all. I shout with a big smile, making him go in fury. Then what? You're waiting for, you lazy idiotic student. I run back to the dojo while hiding my smile, making the teacher's happy expression go unnoticed by me. Once inside of it, I grab one of the wooden short swords and start waving it up and down. Illusion the high-level goblin warrior I'm at that time. I then start using it as a practice dummy, studying where my sword will land, and what swings would be the most viable. When I met this one, it felt like he could kill me and Aurora in one axe blow. If it was now, would I be able to beat him? I gaze at it who looks perfectly the same as I remembered it to be. Suppose the unique skill uses my memory to create these things, meaning he should have the level 20 from back then, without having ever hit him. The body feels very sturdy. Even if I got a few more levels, it still feels like I'd lose one-on-one. I'm sure he'll be a lot stronger than before if we ever meet again. I would like to fight him, and Moonflower too. I want to win against her the next time, but for that, I'd need to learn the sense skill. Back then I felt it for a couple of moments, but I suppose it wasn't enough to learn it. Teacher Ray says the skill is a unique tiered one. As such, it would be great if I learned a basic version of it. As long as I get it, I should be able to improve further, and eventually increase its level if necessary. With the current tools I have, it's simply a matter of time till I become stronger, not sure what my limit will be. I can't wait to reach it. I keep swinging my sword for a few hours more against its body. Chapter 131 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 5 of the Sun season inside the dojo. 2 days ago I had a visit from Ming and Momo. By now they should have probably arrived near sister. I wonder if they'll test her too. Just hope they won't get themselves killed, knowing Aurora. I gulp, reminding me of certain aspects of her. Since I approved of them, and made sure they'd tell her about it, they should be alright. Even though I wasn't expecting Momo's words, her skill sure says the strangest things. I wonder if he works like appraisal or what's behind it. Once I awaken, she said I might bring a catastrophe into this world if I became a bad witch, didn't specify my class, meaning it has to do with something or someone else. Perhaps a being who went through a similar way as I did with my classes, but it doesn't matter, my path is my own to take and I shall do what I desire for the best of everyone. Well, at least those whom I feel are worthy. As I spend a while practicing my swordsmanship once more, increase the bases, someone gets my attention. Iris, are you here? A man walks inside the dojo looking around, meeting me shortly. Hello Omar, it's been a while, I smile happily at him while waving my sword downwards. That movement feels a bit better than last time. Really, I've been trying really hard. That's great Iris, become strong, one step at a time. Did you need anything, coming all the way here after so long? I went into some of the Dark Forces hideouts looking at different artifacts and I found something peculiar, but unsure if it'll be of help. An item, what is it? I place the wooden sword on the ground softly and then walk to him, who is a few steps further away close to the door. He places his hand inside the magic bag and pulls out what looks like a string with a black jewel, and then extends it towards me. Have a look for yourself, though be careful as the necklace is very old, one of the ancient equipment pieces we have in our possession. Surprised they even let you bring it, I stare at him without touching. Well, the majority of the 5 leaders decided to vote in favor to keep you alive, and seeing where you'd lead us. For that reason, despite the ones who hold the treasures being the ones who voted no, they still allowed me to bring you this. Supposedly it should help against corruption, but I'm not entirely sure of its effects. I consent with a nod and extend my left hand at it, appraise it. Upon hearing my words, Omar's eyebrow raises, making a confused expression as he sees mana flowing on my hand. Notice 300 mana has been deducted. Obsidian necklace, 10 magic defense. Brainwash effect may change the user's mind or protect it. Durability 200,200 rank unique accessory. This. I make a surprised expression, startling Omar, who wasn't expecting me to raise my voice. What is wrong, kid? The necklace can both change the wearer's mind or keep it safe. In other words, it has 2 effects to it. Sounds like a no-go then, guess I'll keep looking into some other items. Not at all Omar, this item is just perfect for me. How so? Won't it just bring more corruption? Generally it would, but I need to develop myself further and I believe this is a good chance. Behold Omar, skill cursing objects. I aim at the necklace in front of me. As soon as my usual blue aura starts becoming pitch black, Omar lets go of the necklace, making it float in the air with my aura that surrounds it. I then close my eyes and start imagining a certain effect it could have instead. After a while passes, my aura returns blue and the necklace falls into Omar's hands, who grabbed it, no longer feeling fear, as the ominous part of me was gone. Let's see if it worked. Appraise it once more. Notice 300 mana has been deducted. Obsidian necklace brainwash effect increases the resistance against mental attacks, and while equipped, brainwashing effect on others will be stronger by 1%. Durability 150,150 rank cursed accessory. Seems like I'll have to improve this skill, but it worked. Now it gives brainwash effect and a little boost to one of my skills. You were able to change the item effect. He looks at me like I did something impossible. Yes, the item was unique grade, so I changed it to cursed, by adding a type of curse which had a similar effect to the original one, though it lost the magic defense and 1/4 of the durability. At least like this, it becomes useful for me. To you and any other, having such a resistance, you have no clue how expensive this item could be sold for. Even a king would want to buy it. Though the royal family has absurdly good items to protect themselves, as well as the selected guards who sense the magic being used by others. Since they sense it, they can kill the caster, so brainwashing them or something wouldn't work. Though what about a ritual done from far away, perhaps, hitting the entire castle? Something like that would take who knows how long and an absurd amount of mana. It's just not practical, Iris. Even if you joined a lot of witches under the same circle. Circle witches act alone, be it in their curses or their rituals. It is known different levels of rituals would cause confusion between two different witches. Oh my goodness! I start remembering about the adorable witch status, and how everything was equal to my own, making me place a hand in front of my mouth. It's not that the ritual can't work, but the witches need to be completely aligned. In other words, if it were me, maybe I could make such a catastrophe. I would still need large quantities of mana, which by no means I have, but maybe I can find some rituals that need less or other options. Well, Iris, feel free to take the necklace. Shall I put it around you? You've already changed it and also. Yes, please do. I turn around facing the opposite side of Omar, and then feel the cold obsidian touch the warmth of my skin in the front, giving me the chills. Eventually I hear some sort of click sound, and I stop feeling the fingers of Omar. Instead my hair waves downwards naturally. Your hair seems to grow pretty fast now that I'm taking a closer look at it. In fact, come here and put your back on the wall. I do as Omar says, and then with a knife that he takes from one of the sheaths in the belt around his waist, raising it a bit above my head level and making a cut on the wooden wall. Like this. Your height has been marked. For a 9-year-old, you're tall enough, but from the last time, well, never mind, I'll know soon enough if I'm right or not. Could he be talking about my cursed skill endless growth? I do believe it said a faster growth of the body would happen. I guess it'll make me mature faster. How fast? Probably not at a speed my body cannot keep, so it should be fine, and I'll be able to have my hair length back in no time. I smile brightly, taking a few steps forward, creating some distance from Omar, who remains staring silently. My mind is fully clear now. The necklace sustained some permanent damage, however, is proving useful. I should still be careful and keep maximizing the brainwash resistance. Status: how much level do I have currently? Brainwash resistance level 110. It already increased 10 levels since I increased it. I hope at some point the corruption will reduce and disappear. I'll be around. If you need anything, just shout. Also, where is the old man? Shouldn't he be teaching you? He's either at home drinking or outside doing it. The only way Ray will teach me anything is after my base grows enough, whatever that implies. In that case, I'm pretty sure it won't take long. After all, by some reason you seem to be growing nicely. Just take your time increasing your skills levels. Once you start maximizing them, you'll be able to focus on other ones. Eventually, or at least ideally, you'll have everything maxed in no time. I suppose so. I face him, watching as he leaves, closing the dojo door. Unless you can increase the level of all the skills, in other words, I can't really max anything. Kind of like my mirror skill that just goes to random levels as it pleases. Does it even have a max level? The last time I appraised it didn't work so well. Cursed skills truly are nasty. I'll have to be careful about how I handle them. For now, I'll do my best to increase every skill to at least 100. Status: Illusory Sealed Status. Level 15. Experience 750-1500. Fame 4450. Disgrace 32720. Unique Class Babel Witch. Rank 3. Experience 47908000. Race Human. Name Iris. 9 years old. Health 1270-1270. Mana 3850-3850. Status points 0. Strength 325, plus 39, Stamina 77, plus 50, Agility 85, plus 45, Dexterity 119, plus 20, Intelligence 263, plus 41, Wisdom 335, plus 50. Attack 0, Magic Attack 1, Defense 0, Magic Defense 1. Soul 2200. Titles: Reincarnated plus S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Purchase, S, Wisdom, S, Body Training, S. Animal Slayer, S. Cooked Fish, S. Preyed Upon, F. Cheater, S. Heritage, S. Amalgam, S. Ice, S. Cooked Bird, F. Cooking Series, E. Slayer Series, F. Sail, S. Soulbound, S. Element, S. Contracted, S. Peasant, F. Class, A. Monster Slayer, D. Slime Slayer, B. Skill Mastery, S. Criminal, S. Herbs Gathered, S. Herbs Types, S. Potion Brewer, S. Potion Types, E. Status Mastery, S. Beast Slayer, C. Horned Rabbit Slayer, C. Potion Administered, F. Goblin Slayer, E. Orc Slayer, F. Assassination, S. Herbalist Series, C. Skeleton Slayer, C. Potion Selling, F. Potion Failed, D. Potion Succeeded, D. Alchemist Series, F. Money Maker, S. Merchant Series, C. Trading, S. Herbs Sold, S. Herbs Bought, S. Disgraceful, S. Zombie Slayer, F. Curse Slayer, S. Turtler Slayer, F. Corpse Transporter, S. Library Completion, S. Crime Series, F. Wise, S. Strong, S. Human Slayer, F. Murderer, F. Villainous, S. Swordsmanship, S. Sword Series, E. Connection, S. Connected Series, D. Demented, S. Masochist, S. Pervert Series, C. Humiliated, S. Trickster, S. High Call, S. Stalker, S. Completed Series Fishing, S. Farming, S. Illusion, S. Reader, S. Tree, S. God, S. Skill Points 0. Active System Library Level 100, S. Mana Code Level 72, B. Mana Wave Level 23, E. Ice Bind Level 36, E. Ice Sword Level 20, E. Icicle Level 66, C. Long Slash Level 40, F. Ice Expansion Level 18, F. Ice Hammer Level 1, F. Ice Spear Level 1, F. Ice Wave Level 10, F. Ice Light Armor Level 20, E. Ice Heavy Armor Level 10, F. Triple Slash Level 50, D. Thrust Level 30, E. Parry Level 40, D. Backstep Level 20, E. Dance of Death Level 5, F. Vanish Step Level 1, F. Passives Bleeding Resistance Level 60, C. Swordsmanship Level 65, C. Sword Mastery Level D. 54, Mana Control Level 59, D. Ice Control Level 40, D. Slight Wisdom Boost Level 50, D. Slight Mana Recovery Level 71, C. Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Axe Art Level 10, F. Axe Mastery Level 4, F. Corpse Dismantler Level 10, F. Brainwash Resistance Level 110, S. Night Vision Level 30, E. Slight Stamina Boost Level 50, D. Slight Agility Boost Level 45, E. Slight Strength Boost Level 39, E. Slight Intelligence Boost Level 35, E. Slight Health Recovery Level 73, D. Ice Resistance Level 50, D. Cold Resistance Level 60, D. Heat Resistance Level 30, E. Lightning Resistance Level 40, D. Knockback Resistance Level 22, E. Stealth Detection Level 20, E. Paralyze Resistance Level 4, F. Sword Posture Level 12, F. Class Actives Dark Alchemy Level 52, Magic Analysis Level 50, Destiny Cards Level 1, Cursing Objects Level 10, Decay Level 6, Mana Shield Level 46. Class Rituals Snow Falling Level 45. Class Passives Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 40, Witchcraft Level 100, Curses Mastery Level 100, Rituals Mastery Level 30, Magic Control Level 72, Magic Knowledge Level 70, Ice Mastery Level 40, Babel Mastery Level 20, Dark Mastery Level 1, Space Mastery Level 1, Time Mastery Level 1, Summoning Mastery Level 1, Grimoire Mastery Level 20, Magic Attack Level 1, Magic Defense Level 1, Charm Level 1. Babel Arts Grimoire Possession, Grimoire Renouncing. Unique Appraisal Level 69, Illusion Level 13, Hero Detector Level 1, Status Level 75. Cursed Unidentified Skill, Mirror Level 22, Soul Manifestation, Endless Growth, Endless Cap, Endless Awakening, Profane Sealing, Profane Connection. Rare Element Ice, Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank Unique Final Phase 151,200. Contracted Witch's Anastasia. Equipment Effects Brainwash Resistance. Let's begin the Babel Witch ordeal of Iris to have all these skills maxed. Chapter 132 Training Arc. Year 5009. After the system day 60 of the decaying season, outside the dojo, sitting on the ground next to Ray. The leaves seem to be falling rather aggressively. Really, it looks normal during this time of the year. You've been a good student this far, someone so young. I didn't expect you to actually go through all that practice without complaining. We're far from over, so hit me with your best or worst training. I smile eagerly while shifting my gaze at him. Yes, it'll become a lot harder from here onwards. You shall sense this world as blind people do. He starts taking something out of the pocket while making me scared of such words. Eventually, I notice what it is, reminding myself of when my parents surprised me during a certain birthday, giving me some comfort. Get up, kid, from today onwards you shall do everything you've done till now blindfolded till I deem it right for you to remove it. All of this to learn the skill sense. Yes, if you manage to learn it, your base will become better, you'll start to feel things you never know existed. I understand, Teacher Ray. I get up and face the front of the dojo entrance, gazing one last time at the tree with orange leaves. Are you ready, Iris? I take a long deep breath and then nod. Good. He places the blindfold around my eyes, making me meet familiar darkness. Now walk towards that tree you were seeing just now. Remembering the distance somewhat, I walk slowly, and after a few steps, I almost trip. This is harder than I expected. Being blind makes the distance feel a lot differently. Feel the things around you, feel the tree, it'll show you the way if you do. What am I supposed to feel from a tree? It's not like it breathes or as if it makes any sound. The rustling of leaves near it approaches my ears with the help of the wind. I can hear that. I take braver steps this time around towards the tree while extending my arms in front of me with my hands open. As I get closer, I hear what feels like the smaller branches shake, causing me to pause as they are extensive, causing me some space distortion. If I keep walking forward, I'll be sure to hit the tree. Wasn't it sound what I was supposed to feel? I focus further on the tree in front of me, on my most recent memory of it. In the darkness of my mind, I remind myself of the first time I practiced mana with my father. To fill oneself with mana and allow an inner image to be dyed. Mana starts slowly painting me a tree inside my mind, from the bottom to the top, eventually reaching with some difficulty the branches, and with even more effort the different leaves. From the side or even behind me perhaps I hear a soft whisper. Sit down and meditate, focus on whatever you are doing now and sense everything. Feel the world and your mind will develop a lot more. I do as Ray tells me to do, and then start all over again, grasping towards that familiar feeling while telling myself a couple of things in my mind. Status: close the notifications of mana, new titles, and skills. Notice: affirmative. Once I hear the status voice, I allow my mind to drown in the world, and in a way allowing everything around to sink in me. Slowly I start to paint the darkness of my mind into a tone of blue, the tree, the branches, and the leaves. Behind it is a stone wall that surrounds the back section of it that I'm not unable to see. Feeling like the wall is incomplete, I try to see things from above, and as I do slowly I see the hole in the middle of the stone wall, filling it, and then the back of the tree, the branches, and the leaves I couldn't see before. Once I'm done, I sense a leaf touching my leg. It just dropped, but from where I didn't sense it falling. I focus on every leaf on the tree picture I just made, and slowly aim at every single one, covering the spots with mana, searching for it, for the flaw that the picture became. It must remain the same, perfectly as it is, otherwise, I'm not sensing it well enough. Many hours pass with me battling against the art I drew, always fixing it whenever I feel it necessary. Eventually dyeing the leaves on the floor around me instead, removing them from the branches while at it. This is fun, despite being hard, incredibly difficult truly. After a few more hours goes by, I hear a voice whispering in my ear. This time I realize that it's coming from the side, and not behind. Come eat, Iris, it's already night. You shall continue tomorrow. I place my hand on the floor, smashing a leaf, and then get up, walking slowly towards the source of the voice, as I don't have the energy to draw a completely different image. The next day I sit in front of the tree, crossing my legs and leaving my arms on top of them with my hands closed in a fist shape. I draw the entire tree and notice how different the detail is from the day before. Not knowing the exact number of leaves that were lost. Perhaps with enough time, I'll be able to compare the before and the after, realizing the differences instantly. Possibly training like this is the goal of Teacher Ray. He doesn't really go into much explanation, but knows when I'm doing something wrong and corrects me, so should be fine. Despite spending his days loitering around here and there are times, in some days, and few moments where I do see him slashing the air. Almost like cutting the air itself. Neither knows the origin of what we breathe or what's around us, but we feel it in our faces. We know it exists, as such, we respect its guidance and allow it to serve our sword in its path. Teacher often says that to produce the wind blades that are propelled with his sword, is not something he managed to do alone, but a blessing of the air itself, an invisible something that allows it. There is no god of wind, we both know the four gods that exist, so perhaps it is something else. Maybe a higher being, but not one that lives up there, above the sky. To own the power to strive over anything and anyone, that's been one of my goals, and the witches approved of it. I am eagerly looking towards the day that becomes true, the one time where the survivability of the human race persists. In the end, I'm only alive thanks to the goddess Arya, along with my sister, for that reason if I can, I'll give her a hand. If I and my sister manage to save humans then that is nice, if not we'll grab our family and friends and live in my own world. Being born or reborn doesn't equal that my life can just be given away in the name of a higher being. I've never prayed and I most likely never will. The gods didn't save me in my past life, I accept they exist, but that's it. If I had been born as a different species, the same result would be given. Monsters, beasts, humans, demons, and whatever else is out there. Everyone has a soul and is part of this world and system. That is enough to see everyone as equal, and I shall give everyone a fair chance to surrender, and even befriend me if they so desire. My dear mother always told me, be nice to those who treat me good, and beat those who mistreat me. My parents' values and teachings are sacred to me, if it wasn't for them I may have ended up having a terrible second life instead. I miss them very much and am eager to meet them again, but mother told me to not waste this opportunity, both for her and myself. I'll become stronger and surpass Sylvia in swordsmanship, my teacher even. I shall show my mother her efforts weren't a waste, and then I'll master magic, and show my father the time he spent teaching me was priceless. Might not become the strongest being of Artana, or any world really, but that's fine, in the end, a goal is something to strive for. My life attempting both shall be like a quest, an adventure even. I nod gently while beaming brightly like the sunlight outside which I can't see. I shall become the villainess of this world if that's what takes to keep my entire family safe and use the grimoire powers if it comes to it. I miss my silly outstanding sister, silly Aurora, you should have stayed with me. I make a sad face turning the picture in my mind darker, closer to a tree with no leaves in a cold night sky. I mustn't be selfish, she's very talented after all, sister is needed elsewhere. My dear sister must be having a hard time on her side too, after all, the enemies are strong, and we the humans are weak. I need to overcome myself and catch up, join the army if she needs my assistance. The prince said there weren't many ice mages, so I'm sure I could be of help to her, surely. For that, I need to continue my training and finish it as early as possible. I take a deep breath and regain tranquility inside my mind, dyeing the picture in front of me as it's meant to be. In my mind, there's no place for darkness, in here it is I who commands it, and I shall dig out the corruption in it, erasing it completely. For a brief moment inside my mind, the colors being used are neither blue nor black, but a sinister white that makes it look rather pure. Chapter 133 Training Arc. Next. Year 5009 after the System 1 season later in the day 90 of the moon season, Tun village northeast outskirts near a lake. Alright, we're far enough and in a good spot, Iris undress. Do you know just how cold it is? You're still dressed, do you need help? Of course not, you perverted teacher. I shout angrily while embarrassed at the typical randomness of this old man. If not then get going, you weakling. Ray kicks me into the lake, giving me no time to undress and falling inside its coldness. It's completely freezing. I do my best to stay on top of the water as it is not that deep while completely undressing, except for my panties and necklace. I throw my clothes in ball-shaped projectiles, making them fall near Ray, who then places them near a bonfire as he's not completely an insane man. What do I do now, Ray? I question the man who's evaluating me as he sees me struggle to stay at the surface. Swim while you resist the cold from one margin to the other. You should have enough stamina to do forth and back 10 times, it's like 10 meters far. Once you build some cold resistance and swimming skill, along learning how to sustain your breath properly, we'll climb that waterfall and you'll swim in the river instead. Yet another insane training, he's just trying to kill me at this point. I haven't even learned how to swim as my mother didn't let me too close to the water, but oh well, time to learn and do my best as always. Whining about it will just get me punished. I start using my hands mimicking a dog to what Ray, who sees this, starts yelling. You freaking idiot, you have to do it like this. He starts rotating his arm as circular as possible a few times and then shows the way he shaped the right hand. Why are you semi-closing the hand like that, teacher? I ask while attempting to mimic his movement, making me able to move in the water a bit nearer to the margin. It allows your hands to push more water behind if you shape them like a shell. It should give you a swimming skill once you learn it, called frog swimming. Don't forget to use those legs underwater, it's part of swimming and the best tool to keep you on the surface, like this. He starts alternating the arms, waving up and down, and I mimic those movements with my legs, slowly gaining a better grasp of it. It's not fun gulping water down, is it? At least like that, you won't go down, and if you do, just hit your feet on the ground and jump back up. Alright. I allow my head to lean forward and start doing those circular movements with my hand half closed, feeling the water being pulled and pushed while waving my legs. I take a long while to get used to it, eventually making a voice ring in my head. Notice the skill swimming has been acquired. I got a swimming skill, but it doesn't have a name like the one you mentioned, teacher. I do my best to swim close to him, hitting enough height to place my feet on top of the muddy ground, feeling it squishy, leaving from my neck and below, underwater. That's fine. Not often do we get the same skills, and we're a bit different too. What matters is that you got the skill you need. Now go work hard for those titles, swim, swim, and swim some more. He started laughing crazily and loudly. In the end, I'm just doing what he's been doing for who knows how long, so I need to do what he tells me, even though lately teacher feels a tad different. Is it due to age? Once she's far enough, he turns around and starts coughing to the bonfire, making some of the blood be burnt by it. Just a bit more body, don't give up on me just yet. He sits near it gazing at me while thinking. The kid finished the Enlightened series, making her mind purer. That will definitely keep her corruption away despite being a witch. She's also improved her swordsmanship, the control over mana and her element, along with some secret training she did on her own. With her being this very hardworking and growing faster than the rest of the students I have, it is a shame if I'm to die without finish teaching her all the things I know. I won't allow my life wish to fail just because of some crappy thing like age, even if it's the last thing I have to do or resorting to becoming a different race to achieve it. Don't betray my expectations, girl, you're all I have left now, and we have a promise along with a reward, so run, swing, meditate, swim, do everything necessary to become stronger and stronger. A shadow suddenly appears on the other side of the bonfire with a blanket in the hand. Ray looks at it in front of him. Here's something, old man. Can't have you dying without finishing the one training. If she's to become as powerful as you, then at the very least keep yourself warm. Tsh, damn brat. Ray receives the blanket from Omar, who throws it at him, covering himself with it. Watching her naked body from here does ascertain me that she's growing physically faster than normal. It is a blessed skill she has, but even with it, the base is still not solid enough. No matter how many titles she gets and statuses she may have, age really impacts the person in the end. Wasn't it only for extra stats per year? Omar sits near the bonfire, placing both hands close to it, warming them up. That's like saying a baby of 1 year that has 1,000 statuses of everything can beat an adult with 1,100th of it. Putting it that way, I see what you mean. At the speed she's growing, around her 15 or 16 birthday, should be the ideal age where her body will be able to reach its peak. I might not be alive by then, so when that time comes, make her eat this list of soul stones. If it's this combination, her soul base will remain human, which shouldn't become bothersome for her. Ray takes out a list from the pocket and then lifts the shirt upward, showing his body to Omar, whose eyes open wider, and then he hides it. That explains a lot of things, old man. Omar grabs the list and his eyes widen even more than before. This, are you truly sure about it? Of course, she's my student after all, plus I'm passing everything I know to her. In a way, for her to be able to match any future threat, I believe all that will be necessary. Won't that affect her? Don't worry, the secondary effects are only for the one who takes it. Firstly, once life is extinguished, it'll fully become equal to the base. That's incredibly smart, I know, took me some tries in the past. Therefore, that list being important, you can even save everything in the magic bag for when the time comes, and make sure you never betray her. I'll come back from the dead to slay every single one of your dark robes if necessary. Despite Omar taking the threat seriously, he laughed at the old man's words. No one can cheat death, but don't worry, I'll take good care of the one. She's a very interesting kid after all. Not bringing the topic of the prophecy that's new. Well, I've really taken a liking to her, a little beam of light in a terrible world like this one I suppose. Ray takes out 2 small bottles of wine from a nearby basket and throws Omar one of them. To the future of Iris. To the future of Iris, Omar repeats, and they beat the bottles softly against one another. They take the cork of it and start gulping it relentlessly, leaving both bottles halfway. Ah, this is good stuff, Ray mentions while gazing back at Iris, noticing how her swimming has become slightly better. Agreed, it is a nice wine. Look at that, she didn't know how to swim, and now look at her, how much she improved. Blessed skill, endless growth. If I had that when I was her age, perhaps I'd be dueling the red dragon by now before passing on to the next life. Ray starts laughing loudly, making Omar smile faintly. I'm pretty sure that one would still kill you without much of an effort. After all, it has lived far too long in this world. Possibly ever since the start of it, and you know how age makes us stronger. Even if not much for us humans, I suppose for that race it'd be a lot more. It should affect every race no matter what. There may be beings far stronger than it out there. Some of them could even put the demon kingdom in peril. In fact, one of the things I've always wondered is that humans deem demons as the strongest race. Now that you mention it, Ray. Omar takes another sip while the old man continues. There may be races far stronger, and they might simply belong to the god of chaos. If I were to guess, that god is the strongest of the 4. Why do you say that? He controls far too many monsters, perhaps not by quality but quantity. Enough of them to make the different races struggle. Otherwise, how do you explain the demon race not have conquered this world by now? Like there are different beast races like the goblins, kobolds, and orcs. You're saying that there's plenty of monster ones too, some of them that go in pair with the demons. That's indeed possible. This is just a wild guess, but the legendary turtle monster could be a very advanced version of those turtler monsters that you can find, and the red dragon, an evolved type of normal dragons. That would mean there's a kingdom of both types out there somewhere, perhaps across the sea. Both take a sip and then Ray continues with his theory. If I were to gauge all the gods based on their achievements, after chaos would come order, then evil, and lastly Arya. Since the first 2 have a different quantity of beast and monster races, it makes sense, whilst us humans are pretty weak, and the demons the other way around. Yes, I believe that fits pretty well. What are the 2 of you talking about? I arrive with a towel around me, leaving the knees and below exposed while sitting close to the bonfire. After they explain everything they were discussing, I add, that does sound very likely. To be fair, I don't even understand how both Arya and the evil god only picked one race. It's pretty silly. Well, in war what wins is usually numbers, so ultimately the reason could have been solely preference based on their godly titles, I suppose. Isn't Arya the goddess of summons, since she does it a lot with humans? From our records, she has 3 titles, more than the rest, but none really makes her particularly formidable. She's sometimes known as the goddess of good, of summons, and of laziness. Upon hearing those words, Ray spits some of the wine, bursting into laughter, startling me, causing a smile on me and Omar. Still, isn't it weird that a lazy goddess has managed to keep her kingdom intact? Was it purely only based on luck and the summons? I've met a few of them and they weren't particularly anything special. We look at each other and then Omar shrugs his shoulders while Ray decides to discuss a bit more. Perhaps there is indeed something else that makes Arya special, but since they're gods, it's unlikely that we'll find out about it. You've reached closer to the level of the Saintess Iris. Why do you say that, Omar? The aura around your body is emanating by itself, meaning you have reached the minimum of 5,000 mana. Oh, so that's what the elemental aura title meant. Didn't know I'd also receive one. They laugh at each other about my typical innocence. Since when did the 2 of you become so buddies? I pout without being really mad at them, making them laugh even more. Ah, whatever, I'll sleep. Good night. I dress the clothes that Omar throws me as the others were still drying, and then I lay down next to the bonfire while attempting to fall asleep. It seems like Omar's assumption was right. The kid body, the height, hair length, chest having an unexpected size, and Hey kid, have you started bleeding yet, like between your legs? Why would I? That's a no. Yes, it's a no. What kind of question is that even? I and Omar think that your body might be around 10 to 10.5 years if you haven't bled yet. Women bleed as a sign that they can have kids. It's a natural thing that Rosa would eventually teach you. I believe it usually starts at the age of 12. If it ever happens, then you'll know how far your body is due to that endless growth skill. Your body is a little different than a normal human one. Does that mean that I'll age faster and die earlier too? I shout worriedly at my teacher, who replies calmly. Don't worry about it, I'll make you eat some soul stones in some years to keep your body in a good state. For now, focus on getting stronger and allowing yourself to grow. Wouldn't I become something else if I ate them? Not if they're humans, or a stable mixture of different species. As long as you don't overdo one race, it'll be fine. To achieve that, you'll need a big soul, and also a strong base, which is what we're building right now. Don't worry, kid, even if I die, I've instructed Omar to lead you to the rightful path. Alright, I'll focus on my training for now, or in resting. Swimming was more tiresome than expected. Worst comes to worst, I can use the appraisal skill to find ways to get a proper soul stone combination. Allowing my body to grow faster here is necessary, so I'll go along with it for now. Sleep well, kid, I'll return to watch the surroundings. Omar places the empty bottle and disappears, enabling Ray to also get some rest. Epilogue. Days like this certainly wouldn't last forever, but while they did, it made something deep inside of me grateful. Perhaps the new bond that grew from spending my current daily life with them. I was happy, and these two knew of it. Despite the odds, they treated me like their daughter and granddaughter. In a way that made me miss my family, and above all else I wished that my feet would walk me to them, towards my father and mother embrace, but Mom always made me stick to my promises, and there was no greater vow than the one I made to Rosalind. As a child, it was without a doubt my goal to succeed my parents, to fulfill their dreams. I had it in me. After all, my teacher Ray convinced me of it, and I also wished to strive for my own goals. Be either me or Aurora, we, the chosen children of a strange prophecy, anticipated patiently for what tomorrow could bring, whereas many monsters awaited with their sharp teeth and weapons to gnaw our lives away, as the goddess Arya declared the day she evaluated us. She who knew we wouldn't last, and the two of us who would certainly do our best to show her wrong. Announcement. With this I deem this marvelous draft concluded. It was a long ride, and I'm happy and thankful for everyone that tagged along. I'll continue my journey on my own for the time being in what comes to Villainess and Grimoire in the shadows of my darkened room as I type on these melancholic black keys. It is with great despair that I've finally gathered the strength to bring forth Aurora's past life into a novel of her own. I'm currently releasing it once a week because it is not a draft, thus it requires time for its quality to be as top-notch as possible. I also need to write it fully and carefully, so I know how much I can use it for this story in specific, as a base, we could say, and also allow you guys to know more about this mysterious character who wouldn't reveal herself otherwise. So if you'd like, feel free to join me in Devourer and Grimoire, the official prequel of this work. By all means, I promise it to be a roller coaster of emotions. Prepare the tissues. And for more lit RPG vibes, click here. System Amazon Villainous and Grimoire Volume 1 Progress 69% updated at 17102022. Thank you all. Truly yours, the author.